Hi all, good morning. Quickly, let us go through the paper pattern, how the questions are being asked. Sir, we are having, usually in CMA exams, in CMA final exams, at least to the extent of IDT, they are following a fixed pattern. Like if at all from question number 2 or question number 3, there are chances of asking like only from one or two chapters. If one attempt it comes from one chapter, then the other attempt it is coming from a different chapter. So like that. So this is like for doing this or for estimating these kind of things, I have checked all the past papers in the 2022 syllabus starting from June 2023. See, question number 2A, there supply, invoice, e-waybill. Out of these three chapters, any one question can be asked. Supply, invoice, e-waybill. Okay. And then 2B, there from the 2B, it is always standardly from the returns chapter, sir. Question number 2B is always from the GST returns chapter. Then question number 3A, it is always from exemptions chapter. Then question number 3B is from ITC, input tax credit chapter. Then, sir, usually if you take the order of the chapters, first chapter will be having introduction, the basics part. Then we'll go to supply. Then there is a chapter called charge and composition. Okay, but charge and composition, sir, final level, there is no separate or standalone question from charge and composition scheme. There are reasons also for it, because this is always a compulsory question in interlevel. See how the final IDT is like. The problem with IDT is like whatever the chapters are there in the interlevel, the same part again is there in the final also. So the paper setter, some chapters is focusing at interlevel, some chapters is focusing at final level. Let's say for example introduction chapter. At final level there won't be any question. So here and there maybe there might be one MCQ. Otherwise from introduction there won't be any question. But in interlevel there is a 16 marks from introduction chapter. So like that. So introduction, interrelated important. Here not much important, but to know the basic things and all we'll be learning. Then supply, here it is important. In interlevel supply not even a single mark is being asked. Okay. So introduction, supply, charge, composition, then exemptions. So this is the usual chapter flow. So I'm not saying, sir, these are like what are the questions and for which the examiner is asking the chapters linking we are doing with the exam questions. That's what. Okay, I'm not going with the chapter order. Then under question number 4A, TDS and TCS will be asked along with the annual return concept. Annual return concept is a part of the concept from returns chapter only, but there either it could be TDS, TCS or annual return. Why like that means, so usually we or any faculty when we are discussing, along with returns only we'll discuss annual return. But in our institute study material, annual return alone is a separate chapter. And then TDS, TCS is a separate chapter. That's why from those two chapters they are asking a question, 4A. Then 4B, either it could be from time of supply, place of supply, sometimes it could be even from supply chapter also. Most probably it would be from time of supply or place of supply. Then 5A, if 4B is from time of supply, then 5A will become place of supply. If 4B becomes place of supply, then 5A will become time of supply. So any one of them. 5B is again always like value of supply chapter only. 6A, 6B, constantly, sir, from the past 4 attempts, 6A and 6B, both these are being asked from FTP, foreign trade policy. 7A and 7B. 7A, usually it used to be the customs valuation sum, which you might have even learned in the interlevel, the basic format question. Okay, valuation, that one. Sometimes, for example, like in the June 2025 attempt, they've been asked it from a baggage chapter. Then 7B, from all the rest of all the other customs topics it could be. Then 8A, it would be from appeals chapter. 8B, again it could be any questions, or either it could be from place of supply, supply, or even from value of supply. So now here, sir, in this batch exam oriented, so what would be our coverage first? Sir, other than these, there would be some other extra 10 chapters in our GST syllabus. Okay, in indirect taxation syllabus, there might be some other 10 chapters. Example, charge composition is there, one chapter. Then registration chapter will be there, GST registration. Then assessment chapter, advanced ruling chapter, refunds related, okay, penalties, demands, okay, demand and recovery. So there are like some other like 8 to 9 chapters other than what we are listed out here. Those other 8 to 9 chapters, there won't be much questions from them. Even if they ask a question also, the maximum chances of coming is like 1 7 marks question may come from all the chapters, the other 8 or 9 chapters which we not even covering. So since it is an exam oriented, if you are already into the exam oriented na, like you might not have much time for you to prepare and all. So I would suggest you those 8 9 chapters, even if you don't cover also, it would be absolutely fine for the indirect taxation chapter syllabus. Okay. So this is our target of chapters, sir, to be covered in this exam oriented. But my assurance for you is like, sir, for us like 7 questions will be there in the exam. We need to attempt like 5 questions. My target with exam oriented batch is like at least I should make sure that you will be able to get confidence at least for 5 questions. At least for 5 questions. Out of this, sir, this 8th question will usually be a random question where we cannot guess easily. So first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The here only, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here only we try to cover the most of them. But to cover it in an extreme case also, I'll be covering even the customs chapter also, customs topics also to the extent possible, so that I'll be covering for around 5.5 to 6 questions. But in any worst case also, there'll be 5 questions coming in the exam from our topics which we are going to discuss in the exam oriented. Okay. And one more thing, sir, like I want to make sure in the first initial classes only. So you might be having a doubt like whether this approach will work or not. Sir, the point is we cannot cover like 100% syllabuses in the CMA final. Okay. 70%, 75%, 80% of coverages are fine. Okay, you will be ending up spending so much of time in the balance 20%, 30% chapters, which will be having very less weightage. Instead of that, you better focus on this A category or like 70 or 80% of the chapters which are having most number of marks. That is our simple strategy, sir. Okay, and this will work. Out of these 5 questions also, sir, in any exam, you just target to write or you just target to prepare properly. For 3 14 marks questions, 2 7s, right? If you prepare properly for the 3 14 marks questions, nobody can stop you from getting 50 marks in that paper. Because 3 14s, out of that you need not to get also like 14 out of 14. 10 marks you'll get from the 3 questions. From 3 questions you'll get 30 marks. And we have MCQs. In worst case or in a most average case also, there will be 8 MCQs are going to be correct. So here some 30 from 3 questions and 8 MCQs means 46 marks you will get there only. From any other topic, okay, you will not leave the whole paper right. From all the other topics, even if you write little also, you will easily get that 55 to 60 marks. Okay, so in any subject, first focus on 3 questions. That, the chapters which were relevant to attempt 3 questions. Okay, then those chapters you need to prepare like outrightly, like however the question is being asked, you should be attempting. Like that, if you prepare, then it would be easy. Okay. So this is our target for this exam oriented batch, sir. Introduction chapter, supply, exemptions along with RCM related services, returns, time of supply, value of supply, place of supply, ITC, TDS, TCS and annual return. These topics also I wanted to cover, sir, but I am not sure like how much progress we could do. If time permits, definitely I'll cover these things also. Customs, valuation, baggage, and even we are having FTP. These 2 chapters, sir, because all of you are having even the online access also, right? So even if these 2 chapters we cannot cover here also, I'll be adding it into the course there. Okay. Then coming to the amendments, sir. Sir, in indirect taxes, amendments will be there for every attempt. Okay, but one thing you should understand, the amendments from income tax and the amendments from GST, what is the significant difference is like, in income tax usually the tax rates itself will change, or else some kind of procedural changes will happen frequently in income tax. Okay, so that's why for every assessment year, definitely you should you should need to have that proper new book or something. For indirect taxation, whatever the concept we discuss, that will not change. The supply definition or any concept we discuss will not change. Okay, one exception is like the previous attempt. Why? Because that time there is a change in government. Elections came and a new government, even though the same party, but new government came into place. So whenever a new government come into place, they try to make much changes. So that's why past attempt they are having more number of amendments and all. But for this attempt, the amendments will be little less only. Even though those amendments are there, they will be like clarifications only. The existing concept will not change. You will be learning something additional only. Okay, so you need not to worry much about amendments. Whatever the amendments are needed, so all those amendments I will be covering with these classes also. Okay. So now, so quickly, sir, we'll cover the introduction part, then we'll move on to the supply part. Indirect introduction to GST. So this is about the basic indirect tax mechanism. So what happens in indirect tax, sir? You already know because you're already into final, right? So supplier will be supplying either goods or services. The supplier means typically a seller supplying goods and services to a recipient. When he supplies goods and services, for that he will be receiving consideration. Okay, the recipient will be paying consideration to the supplier. For the goods and services supplied, he will be getting consideration. Out of that consideration, if you see in this example, sir, consideration is 10,000. The value of good or service. On that, additionally, indirect tax is being levied at a rate of some 18%. Overall, the buyer has to pay how much, sir? 11,800. Out of the 11,800 which was collected by supplier, 1,800 he pays to government. The other 10,000 will only goes to the seller. So what we could say here, the obligation, here this 1,800 tax has to be paid to government. But who is paying this 1,800? Seller is paying it to the government. You could see the seller is the one who is paying 1,800 to the government. So that means the obligation, the liability or the responsibility to pay taxes with the supplier. But the second question is, does supplier paying it from his pocket? He is collecting from his buyer. So the burden, ultimate burden is on the recipient. But the obligation or liability to pay tax is on the supplier. This is the default mechanism, sir. Nowhere they will tell this, because based on this fundamental principle only the law has been framed. That seller is the one responsible to pay the tax and that would be recovered from the buyer. So now for this, what would be the entry, sir, in seller books? Sir, in a sale entry, what is the usual sale entry? Cash or bank account debit to sales, or even debtor. Cash, bank or debtor account debit to sales. Same here also, cash, bank account debit to sales. Till here it is fine. But here you are not just getting money for the goods sold. You are even additionally collecting what? The tax part also. That's why the total cash, bank account debited is 11,800. To sales you will recognize only 10,000. Why is 1,800, sir, you are writing separately? Because that amount you need to pay it to the government. So you are creating a liability by recognizing it as IDT payable to indirect taxes payable 1,800. So out of the 11,800, 10,000 his money, that's why he recognized as sales. 1,800 he need to pay to the government, that's why he recognized it as a liability. Understand, sir? Then the next concept is about federal structure. Next concept is about federal structure. So what is called federal structure means, sir? Sir, we already know like there are like local authorities separately, state government separately, and then central government. Will there be any hierarchy among them? Like below local authorities, on that state governments, on that central government. If there is there any kind of such hierarchy? There is no such kind of hierarchy, sir. If there is such kind of hierarchy, then one election is enough. We need not to have again state elections or local authority elections separately, because the top one will obviously will be controlling them. Okay, so what our federal structure says, like, states have their independence. Okay, I mean, states are autonomous, they could act on their own. Okay, to be autonomous or to be independent, two things are needed. Okay, so whether you all are independent or not, I mean, you are all dependent or still independent. So how do you say like your age only? So how can you say like you are dependent or independent? How can you say, sir? Like 3 years child is there. Is he dependent or independent? Dependent only. So you are like 20 years. Okay, dependent or independent? Okay, so to tell dependent or independent, usually two things are like. One, we should have our own money. We should earn our own money. Second thing, you should have the ability to take the decisions. Okay, if both these two things are there, then you could say like you are independent. A 3 years child, maybe his grandfather or grandmother kept some property on the 3 years child name. He might be getting some rental income, but still he is having income, but still he doesn't have the ability to take the decision. So he is not independent. Okay, maybe you all are like having 20 years and all. You have the ability to take your decisions on your own, but still you are dependent on your parents' money. So still you are dependent only. So when you will get that independentness, you should have your own money and you should have your own decision making authority or power. So that's what is needed even from the state governments. So our federal structure or constitution is framed in such a way, states have their independent status or autonomy. To preserve that autonomy, states should earn their own incomes, or states should earn their own source, should have their own source of incomes, and they should have their independence to take decisions. Okay, so what federal structure essence means: central government, state government, local authority, there is no hierarchy among them. These three can function and generate revenues independently. Okay, but still, sir, you might be having one question. Sir, central government, even though it has money, obviously it should spend somewhere, right? If it is spending, again it would be in it will become some other state. So then maybe central government may prioritize some states, may not prioritize some other states. So that cannot be happened, sir. For that we are having finance commission. Okay, so that finance commission will give recommendations. Okay, that usually based on population. That's usually based on population. So like based on the population, so how much central revenues has to be allocated to each state, that would be allocated to the state. So here states need not to worry about whether central will transfer it or not. That is as per law, it will happen. Whoever the government it is there in the central, or whatever the government it is there in the state. Understand? So this is the essence of federal structure. You'll understand afterwards why federal structure is connected to us. Then the taxes that were there prior to GST. Before introduction of GST, all these list of taxes are there in the indirect taxes. First one, central sales tax. There is to be something called central sales tax. Okay, so we have studied, like, I mean, when I'm doing articles in Chennai, that time before GST, so I used to learn like this CST part and all. So central sales tax is levied by central government. The reason is interstate sale. Okay, so now what is called interstate sale? The basic definition is enough, sir. When the supplier and recipient are two different states or into two different states, then that is called as what? Interstate sale. When there is an interstate sale, CST used to be levied. Okay, so again, as per constitution here, states have their separate autonomy, right? Under the state government, I mean, the state government only has the power to levy tax on sales. Okay, on sales, on sale of any good, state government only can levy tax. But here, this is also central sales tax is levied by central government. The reason is what? Interstate sale. So this is also a sale, right? Why here central government is levying means because when two different states are involved, let's say Tamil Nadu selling goods to Andhra Pradesh. Okay, now Tamil Nadu government is saying like the seller belongs to our state, so the revenue should be taken by Tamil Nadu state. Whereas the Andhra Pradesh state government is saying like no, buyer belongs to us, so the revenue has to go to buying state. So this conflict will never end. because we cannot say like who is important among them. Both are equally important for the economy. If there is no seller, then what buyer would, okay, buyer will not satisfy his needs or demands. Okay, if there is no buyer, what seller will do with the produced goods? So both are equally important. That's why to avoid the conflict, central came, and central is the one collecting taxes. But central will not retain that money. Whatever the taxes collected in the name of central sales tax, that would be again given back to the state only. Now again the question, to which state it will give? It will give it to the origin state. The central sales tax levied by central government, collected by central government, but it will be given to the origin state. Origin state is nothing but selling state. Okay. Then countervailing duty. Sir, countervailing duty is from customs, sir. You will understand much better from customs. Countervailing duty. If any good you imported into India, on that customs duty will be there. That's for sure. Additionally, equivalent of excise duty will also be levied. So now what is called excise duty? On manufacture of any good, excise duty will be levied. Now if you are bringing it from outside India, it was not levied with excise duty. That's why equivalent of excise duty, countervailing duty will be levied. So countervailing duty levied by central government on import, which is equivalent of excise duty. And on advertisements, advertisement tax will be levied. Again, it is also by state government. On lottery ticket sale. So lottery ticket sale, which is not quite familiar even in Tamil Nadu also, but if you go to Kerala, there will be so many places where they will be selling lottery tickets. So on sale of lottery tickets, state government will levy lottery tax. And then luxury tax on sale of luxury goods such as like high-end model cars, cosmetics. The state government will levy something called luxury tax. And there will be next one like octroi tax. What is called octroi tax? Let's say, sir, it was like most number of years that octroi tax is prevalent only in Maharashtra. Okay, sir, the Maharashtra. Okay, in Maharashtra, sir, even Delhi is our capital, Mumbai is our business capital. Okay, why? Because lot many business activities will be happening in Mumbai only. So it's not just Maharashtrians. The other neighborhood states people also used to bring their goods to Mumbai and they used to sell them in the Mumbai. The native people got little bit offended, like because they are losing their demand, because the other players are also coming to picture. So then they started putting pressure on the state government. So then state government, to incentivize their native sellers compared to the outsiders, they imposed a small 1% or 2% of tax on outsiders. Let's say you are from some neighbor state like Telangana or Karnataka. You want to go and sell in Maharashtra, then you need to pay additionally octroi tax also, which is even called as entry tax. And then value added tax. VAT is nothing but the usual sales tax on sale of goods if the goods are intra-state supply. Intra-state means what, sir? Both are in the seller and buyer, supplier and recipient, both are in the same state. And then next one is like entertainment tax. Entertainment tax is levied on like movie tickets, on amusement parks related, or any other kind of entertainment activities related entertainment tax. Then excise duty. Excise duty is levied by central government on manufacture of goods. But one more point, sir. If the manufacture of the good being manufactured is alcoholic liquor for human consumption, then state governments will levy. Then that is called as state excise duty. The last one is like service tax, which is also levied by central government on providing services. So this many taxes are there. So if this many taxes are there, okay, a business person who started a business, he need to make compliances. Compliance means following the rules. Okay, either filing return, payment of taxes, all those rules has to be followed. Sir, I am a person who supplies goods as well as services. Now I need to take care of service tax, excise duty if I am manufacturing, and again if I am selling them, VAT, interstate sale na CST. If those are again luxury goods na, even luxury tax also involved. So for doing one business, I need to now make sure that all these acts, regulations or rules have been fulfilled. So there is a lot of pressure on the business people. But in income tax it is similar, it is quite simple, sir, because there is only one tax. Here there are so many taxes, and then there is issues with credit flow and all also. That's why there is a need to introduce one tax called GST. So there are so many taxes which were there prior to GST. So to repeat it one more time, sir. Central sales tax, countervailing duty, advertisement tax, lottery tax, luxury tax, octroi tax, VAT, entertainment tax, excise duty, and even service tax. So this many taxes are there that were prior to GST. Now out of these, all these taxes are now subsumed into GST. Okay, we'll be understanding much more better also, sir, in the need of GST. Why? What are the other reasons also to scrap off all these taxes and to introduce GST? Now, central excise duty, this excise duty is merged into GST. But still, central excise duty, even though it is subsumed into GST, sir, it is still being levied on tobacco. Okay, on tobacco products, there will be both excise duty as well as GST. Even the state governments also on opium, Indian hemp, narcotic drugs, all these are like psychotropic substances only. Okay, but still on them also central will levy, states will levy state excise duty, and even there will be GST also. The next one, entertainment tax. Entertainment tax, sir, if you could see in the before page also, entertainment taxes, in some places it is levied by state government, whereas in some places it is levied by local authorities. Entertainment tax, if it is levied by state government, subsumed into GST. Entertainment tax, if it is levied by local authorities, then it is still continuing only, not subsumed into GST. One example is Chennai only. So here in Chennai, on movie tickets, there will be entertainment tax which is levied by Chennai Municipal Corporation. That is still continuing even after introduction of GST, that was not subsumed into GST. Okay, then we are moving on to the concept of ITC also. ITC means input tax credit. If there is a seller or supplier, he supplies goods to a recipient, let's say the goods value is 1000, the tax value is 180. So overall it comes to 1180. Now you being a buyer or recipient, on your inward supply, whatever is the tax element is there, the tax element you can avail as ITC. I purchased for 1200, 200 is the tax element in that, the 200 I can take it as ITC. Okay, so now the next question is like, why ITC has to be given? Okay, sir, seller, you could look at this basic indirect tax mechanism also. This recipient paid 11,800. Out of this 1800 paid to government. Now this recipient is getting again what, sir? 1800 as ITC, input tax credit. What he could do with this ITC, sir? He could use this ITC to pay any of the GST related taxes, not any of the liabilities. He could use ITC to pay the GST liability. Usually it could be tax. Now we'll understand why ITC has to be given also. Okay. For that we need to understand first what is called double taxation and cascading. Before understand, we just understood what is called ITC. On our inward supply, the tax element will be given to us something like cashback. That we call it as like ITC. The reason why ITC has to be given, double taxation and cascading. If there is no ITC, then there will be double taxation and cascading. To eliminate or to mitigate double taxation and cascading, ITC is needed. So look at this example, sir. Cost to manufacturer is 900 rupees. He added his margin of another 100 rupees. So overall selling price is like 1000 rupees. On that, excise duty levied 100 rupees. On that excise duty you need to add, sir, subtotal you got 1100. On this subtotal again VAT also levied at 110%, which equals to 110. So overall invoice price became 1210. Now the wholesaler has to pay how much? 1210 to get the goods. Now out of this wholesaler cost will be now 1210. So this example we are solving assuming there is no ITC. Because we need to understand the need of ITC, that's why we are discussing without ITC. So whatever is the manufacturer selling price, that will become cost to wholesaler. And again wholesaler added his profit of another 100. It became 1310. Sir, excise duty is levied only on manufacture of goods. Since wholesaler will not manufacture anything, there is no excise duty, only VAT is levied. Okay. Now here is the point, sir. On what amount you are levying VAT, sir? 1310 you are levying VAT. Now out of this 1310, 1100 is the previous stage amount which is already levied to VAT. In the previous stage 1100 already they levied 110 rupees tax. That only became 1210 and came into the next stage. If you are again levying tax on 1310, the previous 1100 also included in this, right? So the 1100 which is taxed in previous stage is also again getting taxed. So there is what? Double taxation. The same amount, if it is getting taxed at multiple stages, then that is called as what? Double taxation. Then 1100 and this 110. This 110 is nothing but what, sir? Tax. Now if in this 1310, not only this 1100 included, even this 110 also has been included. So whatever is the tax of previous stage, that also being included and that also again getting taxed. So there is tax on tax, which we call it as like cascading. There is tax on tax, which we call it as like cascading. And then the other, sir, out of 1310, 1100 previous stage, 110 previous stage. So this is not 100, this is like 110. 110 is like previous stage tax. And the balance 100 is the one which was added by wholesaler. Sir, 12, it became 1310, 1210 came from previous stage only. 100 only has added. This 100 is only called as what? Value addition. If only on this value addition, if you levy tax, that would be 10 rupees. So there is 110 to the extent of double taxation. See, you are paying 131. Out of this 131 tax, 110 is because of double taxation. 11 rupees is because of cascading. Only 10 rupees is because of the value addition he has made. So now, if they continue like this, government will have more revenue. So they can continue like this only. Now, why they need to introduce ITC? The problem is, sir, if the number of stages, let's say there are two wholesalers, one time manufacture stage, wholesaler 1 cumulatively taxed, wholesaler 2 again cumulatively gets taxed. If again there are two retailers, so 5 times the amounts are getting cumulatively being taxed. Effectively, when it reached by customer, the good value, if it is like 500, tax itself will be 1000. Okay, so then the prices of goods will increase a lot. Inflation will come. So nobody will buy goods. The economy will collapse. If you cannot afford goods, you will not buy. If nobody is buying, then the industries will fall. When the industries fall, jobs will again go. Okay, so all this is like a cycle. So that's why government wants to maintain that demand and supply balance. If they levy taxes as they want, then this economy will get collapse. Okay, so now they want to eliminate what? Double taxation and cascading. Otherwise, the prices of goods will inflate like anything. Now that's why ITC concept has been introduced. Now look at this example, sir, with the help of ITC. Cost 900, same kind of example, same example only, sir. Cost 900, margin 100, selling price 1000, excise duty, VAT, the overall invoice price remains how much? 1210. Sir, we'll just think of VAT only as of now. Okay. Out of this 1210, yes, I know, 100 excise duty is also tax, VAT is also a tax. But we are only talking about now VAT. Out of these 1210, what is the VAT tax element? 110. That 110 will be given as ITC to wholesaler. Okay, he'll be getting like this as like cashback, which he can use it for making any other tax payment. So you paid 1210, but 110 if it is coming back to you, your effective cost is only 1100. That's why cost is here 1100. Margin, his profit another 100, 1200. On 1200 now if you levy tax, there is how much, sir? 120. Sir, previously it is like 131. Out of 131, I said like 110 is because of double taxation, 11 is because of cascading, 10 value addition. But now that 131 came to 120. How much we saved? 11 only, na? No, it's not like that, sir. This 120, when you are making payment, you will not pay everything through cash because you already had something like what? ITC. If you subtract that 110 rupees ITC, effectively in cash, how much you are paying? 10 rupees only you are paying. That 10 rupees is nothing but on your value addition. That 10 rupees is nothing but on your value addition alone you are paying taxes. Okay. So the concept of ITC is like, at every stage, instead of taxing cumulatively, only the value added alone has to be taxed. Only the value added alone has to be taxed. So in simple, I purchased for 1200. and again now I am selling for 1500. On my purchase, I mean somebody sold, right? That time already 1200 taxed. Now when I am selling, total 1500 should not be taxed. How much? The addition 300 alone has to be taxed. But they are not saying like straight away adjust the purchase price. What they are saying like every time you levy tax on cumulative price only. At the time of my purchase, 1200 taxed. At the time of my sale, 1500 will get taxed. But whatever I paid already as tax initially, that would get adjusted in the name of ITC. So the prior stages taxes, whatever has been paid, will be given to me as ITC. That I will adjust when I am making my tax payment. So that even though it looks like I am paying tax on cumulatively, whatever are the prior stages taxes, I am adjusting in the name of ITC. Understand, sir? So with ITC, we will tax effectively only on the value added. That's why it is a value added tax. I mean with ITC, it will be called as value added tax. Okay, so you could see the simple example also, sir. With ITC, ultimately here the price to customer became 1430. But in the previous example, if you see, it was like 1706. From 1706 to the same price. If you see, sir, manufacturer cost remain 900. And all these three people maintained their margin 100, 100, 100. Here also, manufacturer cost remains same, 900. All the three people remained the same margin, 100, 100, 100. But if you look at the ultimate selling price, here 1706, here it came to 1430. So why there's a decrease in selling price, right? Because of elimination of double taxation and cascading, the prices has come down. Okay, so why ITC is introduced now? To eliminate double taxation and cascading. Okay, in other way, to tax only on the value added at every stage, ITC has been introduced. Okay, so now this is one entry, sir, with ITC. Expense, sir, if any purchase entry now. Previously we learned sale entry with GST, now we are learning purchase entry. When you sold, you will collect GST. When you purchase goods, you will pay your purchase value including tax. So the say this entry, sir, let's say here, when you purchase goods for 1100, you paid 1100. So 1100 is outflow. Sorry, you paid. Okay, this is the example, sir. 1200, which is paid by wholesaler. How much cash went away from him? 1210. Out of that, his purchase is only to the extent of 1100. The other 110 is taking as ITC. Why ITC is being debited, sir? ITC is an asset for us, which could be used to offset for future liability. That's why ITC is an asset. That's why we are debiting it. Understand? Sir, you feel like I'm discussing so much, but let me revise like some 2 minutes, whatever I have discussed. First we have discussed like so many taxes are there. Okay, because of that so many taxes, the whole system has become clumsy. The businesses felt like it's so heavy to follow all these rules. So they wanted to streamline that. To streamline that, GST is needed. Okay, and then we discussed about another concept called ITC. Why ITC is there? To eliminate double taxation or cascading, or in other way, to tax only on the value addition at every stage. Sir, why this value addition is important? Na? If you go to ITC chapter or if you go to any other chapter, if any rule, okay, if you want to understand the background is obviously something like this: elimination of double taxation or to tax effectively only on the value addition. Then need for GST. So now you will understand much more better, sir, why we have discussed all this till now. CST paid on interstate sale is not given as ITC. Previously, on interstate sale, central sales tax is levied. So I purchase goods from AP. I'm in Tamil Nadu. I purchase goods from AP. On that, whatever the tax is levied, I cannot take it as ITC. If I cannot take it as ITC, it will be added into my cost. Once it is added into my cost, cumulative taxation will be there, and again it will be double taxation and cascading. That's a problem there. Second one, excise duty paid on manufacture of goods is not given as credit to traders. Sir, MRF company selling the same tires to Tata company also, and even to a wholesaler who is just into the selling of normal tires. When it is sold to Tata company, the excise duty levied can be taken as ITC by Tata Motors. Whereas if it is a normal wholesaler, he cannot take it as ITC. So to the wholesaler, the tax part will add into his cost, and again there will be double taxation and cascading, inflates the price rate. So that is a problem. Excess duty paid on manufacture of goods is not given as credit to traders. Then non-integration of VAT and service. VAT and service tax are separate levies. One is state levy, the other one is like central levy. The problem is like, if there is a construction contract, in construction contracts, there will be both supply of goods as well as supply of service. Since there is good element, VAT is levied. Since there is service element, service tax also being levied. So for one activity, two taxes are being levied. So again, that is a burden on the taxpayers. So that is one reason why GST needs to be introduced. Then next one, non-inclusion of several state levies into VAT. Sir, I sold one particular good, sir. Okay, one particular car, some high-end model car. I sold only one car, but on that car, there will be normal VAT will be there. And if it is a luxury good, there will be even luxury tax will also be levied. So all these are levied by states only. Why again there are multiple acts needed? All these can be merged into one act. That is one problem, non-inclusion of several state levies into VAT. Sir, so much of work we need to do. We being in articleship and all, if one act is applicable, so many compliances will be there. If this many acts are there means, so many compliances, which is almost like a torture to the business person. Then, to bring uniformity among tax procedures and collections. Sir, let's say for example, you did articleship in Chennai. So somehow you learned VAT of Tamil Nadu because here the clients would be Tamil Nadu. Then you went and worked in a job, let's say in Maharashtra or in Mumbai. So there the company is related to Mumbai, so you learned again Mumbai VAT there. And then you wanted to settle down and practice in Karnataka. Then again you want to come and learn, okay, Karnataka VAT Act law and all. So it makes more complicated to the business people also. Understand, sir? And even, let's say, to avoid consultants and business only want to learn the taxation policy also. But still they cannot learn because there are so many taxes and it changes from one state to another. So to bring uniformity, okay, the need of GST is there. All these taxes, lot of compliances. Second one, okay, the taxes were not allowed as credit in all these taxes. Interstate, no ITC. Excess duty paid, no ITC. Non-integration of VAT and service tax. So all these are problems with the previous taxation structure. That's why they wanted to make it as a single law. Now to bring it as a single law, the problem is federal structure. To make all these into a single law, the problem is like federal structure. What is the problem, sir? If you make a single law, this single law will be controlled by either central or state government. Obviously, there are so many state governments, the power should be given to central government. Once the power is taken by central government, the states are losing their autonomous, or independent status. So that's why states were not ready to introduce GST. So, okay, so this was all back then in 92, 93. Okay, they thought of bringing GST. But the problem is like states were not ready to introduce GST because they are losing their independent status. Then central government formed a committee. Okay, and that committee went for world tour. Okay, world tour, now they'll go for each and every country and read that particular country's GST model. Okay, in that process they identified like France is the first country to introduce GST in 1880s only. France is the first country to introduce GST. And then, but France model is nowhere suitable to us. So they went on and they went to Canada. That they thought like Canada GST model is something which could suit Indian requirement. So we have adopted Canadian GST model. Okay. So what Canada GST model is like? Canada is also just like us, like it's a democratic country where there will be states as well as center. Okay. Even in India also there will be states as well as center. So they read the Canada GST model, Canada GST model, and then they said like in India we'll introduce two GSTs. One is like CGST, the other one is like SGST. On every transaction, simultaneously we levy CGST as well as SGST. So central revenue will go to central government, state revenue will go to state government. So the state's independence has been restored. Okay. Now the problem is with, sir, this is seller. He is from Tamil Nadu. Now there is another buyer. He is from AP. Okay, now on this transaction has been happened 100 rupees. Let's say 10 rupees is central tax and another 10 rupees is like state tax. So this 10 rupees taken away by central government, no problem to them. But now for this 10 rupees, Tamil Nadu and AP are fighting. Okay, to whom this tax has to be given. Okay, so now there's a conflict between these two states, so and which cannot be resolved here. That's why they scrapped this CGST SGST model and then divided the transaction into two types: intrastate, interstate. In intrastate transactions, the base model which said on every transaction there will be CGST as well as SGST. CGST will go to central government, SGST will go to state government. If it is interstate, if it is an interstate transaction, then IGST will be levied. Who will levy IGST? Central government only. And back to the first place, federal structure. What is the essence of federal structure? States have their autonomy. Now if you levy again IGST, again you are giving the same thing to the central, right? Okay, but back then, sir, in 2016-17, if 100 transactions are there, 80 transactions are intrastate only. 20 transactions will only be interstate. Now after GST, intrastate transactions has been increased. But at the time of 15, 16, that time, out of 80% of transactions would be intra. So in majority transactions, states are having no issues. Only with the 20% of transactions, states are having problem. But still, majority states are not agreeing to it. We, in any case, we don't want to give away our power to the central government. So what does that means? Central government doing this pinky promise, mother promise, everything. So whatever the money I'll collect, out of that 50% share, I'll be giving it to state government only. But no state is trusting them. So then they said like, you don't trust government, right? But obviously you need to trust constitution. So they said like, we'll put something in the, we'll put a clause in the constitution itself. Whatever the revenue collected in the name of IGST, whatever the revenue collected in the name of IGST, out of that, a share will be given to the state government. So that clause has been kept within the constitution only. So even afterwards, some government changes also, that is there in the constitution, definitely they should give it to the state government. So then states has been agreed. So that's why instead of one GST, we have three GSTs. What are those? CGST, SGST, IGST. On intrastate transaction, there will be CGST and SGST. On interstate transaction, there will be IGST. Okay? So then, so the central thought like, okay, the problem has been solved. No, the states went on and then again they remembered one more thing. Federal structure means not just about money, it's even about decision making. So independence means not just having money, even should be have ability to take the decision making. Previously, when VAT is there, advertisement tax is there, those are like state levies. Whatever state say, that's only final. But now, they were not even considered in the decision making. Everything will be decided by central. So now states are fighting for their decision making power also. Okay, we don't just want money or our share of money. We want it to be even in the decision making also. So that's why is something new thing has been introduced, sir. Usually in India, the decision making power is only to the parliament or to the assemblies. Okay, to the state legislature or to the parliaments. But they formed some alternative council kind of, where this council consists of, council is nothing but a group of members, where these members are representatives of central as well as states. Now any decision relevant to GST will be taken by this council only, which consists of representatives of both central and states. Now states are also involved in the decision making and then they are retaining the federal essence. Okay, that's why council has been formed. Again, here also, states were again questioning central. For our, okay, just like to wipe off our TS, for now you are forming some kind of council. Maybe after 2 years, 3 years, you may dissolve the council, so we cannot trust you. Again, they inserted one more clause in the constitution that a council will be formed, okay, by whom? President. Okay, this council is answerable only to the president, not to the prime minister also. Okay, so this council is formed as per the, again, constitutional provisions only. Okay. Two problems solved. There is another third problem. Okay. Third problem is like about central said like whatever the IGST revenue is collected, share will be given to the state governments. Now some states are saying like, sir, if it is BJP ruling state now, you will transfer quickly. If it is some other government ruling state now, you will delay processing of this funds on. You will give Okay, because it is there in constitution, you will give, but you delay it for 6 months, 7 months. Obviously, state has to suffer, right? So that's the question of, okay, the several states. Then they said like, no, we'll not be involved into all this sharing process and all. Okay, maybe we are the ultimate thing, but still we'll not be involved into that. We'll form another company, okay, which is a Section 8 company. So what is called Section 8 companies, sir? Non-profit entities, okay. So a Section 8 company will be incorporated and it is named as GSTN, Goods and Service Tax Network, which main function is to timely settle the revenues between central and state governments. Whatever the revenues are there, that should be timely settled between the central and state governments. Okay. So now all the queries of states has been solved. Okay. They are getting their share of revenue separately. They are not dependent on central, and that also they'll get it on a timely basis. Third one, they are even involved in the decision making process also. Okay. Now there is a fourth problem came, sir, still. Fourth problem. So you could find somewhere like in the first chapter, GST compensation cess. Some 8th page, I think. 8th page. Find compensation cess, right? Okay. What is this compensation cess, sir? So compensation cess, let us take the example of Tamil Nadu state only. Pre-GST. Sir, pre-GST, let's say pre-GST, sir, the central sales tax is an origin based tax. I mean the tax revenue collected will be given to the selling state. Okay, but GST is a destination based tax. I mean out of IGST revenue, half share will be given to the states, right? But that wouldn't be given to the selling state, that will be given to the buying state. So because of this shift, some states are having issues. What are the issues? Let's say Tamil Nadu produces 100 units. Okay, pre-GST, let's say, I mean one example, they produce 100 units. On tax on each unit is like 5 rupees. Now out of this 100 units, Tamil Nadu state consumes only 80 units, whereas the other 20 units are sold to different states. But still it is a origin based tax structure. On 100 units they'll get revenue, because the origin is Tamil Nadu now. So 100 into 5, 500 rupees is the revenue. But now destination based tax, 100 units produced, 5 rupees is the tax each on it. Okay, but 80 only consumed in Tamil Nadu, 20 sold to other states. Now Tamil Nadu is getting revenue of only 80 into 5, 400 rupees only. Now because of this change in tax structure, Tamil Nadu is losing 100 rupees tax revenue. Okay, understand, sir? So this does not happen to all the states. There are some states in India, sir, where there will be more production. I mean more number of manufacturing companies will be there. Example, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Gujarat, Maharashtra, these things. But then Gujarat and Maharashtra didn't raise any point, because in 2016-17 Maharashtra is also under BJP rule, Gujarat is also under BJP rule. So since all of them under the central state same rule, they cannot question that one. But whereas Tamil Nadu, a different government, whereas West Bengal, a different government. So these states stood up and saying like, no, this is a loss to us. By introducing GST, we are against to GST. So then again central proposed a new thing called compensation cess. Okay, so now compensation. Okay, compensation. The central promise to the states like, whatever the revenue you lose because of GST, introduction of GST, not just only to these states, any other state also. If it loses revenue because of GST compared to the previous things, then central will compensate that revenue by the name of compensation. Okay, sir, here Ganesh is having problem. I said like, okay, I'll solve your problem. So it is between us. But to solve his problem, I am levying tax on you. Okay, so it's not again from the central funds, they are giving it to the states. So central is levying a additional tax on the name of compensation cess. Now whatever the revenue they recovered in the name of compensation cess, that would be given to the states. Okay, whichever is losing. So now see, sir, compensation cess is levied by central government to compensate the revenue lost to state governments due to introduction of GST. It is levied on intra as well as interstate supplies. It is leviable on supply of luxury goods as well as demerit goods. Okay, so it's not levied on every supply of goods, sir, because if you levy this many taxes on a basic commodity, those prices will increase. Again, it leads to inflation. That's why these are levied only on luxury goods and demerit goods, not of regular importance. Okay, something like cosmetics kind of, or some high-end model cars, such things. Okay, compensation is in addition to CGST, SGST and IGST. Okay, first they said like it will be there for 5 years and then extended for another 4 years. It was there till 31st March 2026 and now states are asking to extend it much more. They may extend it also. Okay, so this is about compensation cess. Okay, so now let me go back and come back page. Sir, India definition, sir. India includes 28 states. Okay, territorial waters extends up to 12 nautical miles. And India even includes its exclusive economic zones. There's a difference between territorial waters and exclusive economic zone. What is the difference, sir? Economic zone means till that point of time, India has the right to do economic activities. I mean, let's say our fishermen will be going for fishing into the ocean. Okay, till 12 nautical miles, there is no fish. All the fishes within 12 nautical miles, we already eaten them. Okay, there were no fishes there. So he has to go much more deeper into the sea. Okay, so that's why he's crossing 12 nautical miles and all. So India has the right to do economic activities till 200 nautical miles. Beyond 200 nautical miles, it is called as international waters. There nobody can do business. If they wanted to do, they'll take they'll take permission from some other bodies. Okay, so now not only these waters, beneath that water the soil will be there, and that also belongs to India. The airspace above India and Indian waters is also called as India only. Then India includes how many states, sir? 28 only, sir. Okay, if at all in your school you learned 29, that was changed afterwards. It is only 28 states only. Jammu and Kashmir is no more a state. That's why it became 28 states only. Now there are like how many union territories, sir? 8 union territories. Okay, again in your school you might have learned like 7 union territories. Okay, but currently there are 8 union territories. Jammu and Kashmir has been split into 2 union territories. One is Jammu and Kashmir and the other one is like Ladakh. So already there used to be 7. Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, 2 union territories added. Then 7 plus 2 how much? 9 it should be. But here we are having 8 union territories only. What happened means again, Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, 2 separate union territories are merged into 1 union territory. That's why there are total 8 union territories. Andaman Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep, Puducherry or Pondicherry, Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, Chandigarh, Daman and Diu, Dadra and Nagar Haveli. Okay, so now out of all these 8 union territories, Puducherry, Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, even though these are like union territories, they work as like states only. So they will also have chief ministers and all. So that's why since these 3 are having state legislatures, for the purpose of GST, these 3 are also states only. Sir, if it is a general knowledge question, 8 union territories. For the purpose of GST, since these 3 works like states only, these 3 are also states only. So there are only 5 union territories. Now next question. For states, state GST will go. Then for union territories, what will go? There is another one called as UT GST in the name of SGST. Then constitutional provisions. What is this point? It's like constitutional provisions, the basic one only, sir. First one. So I didn't written here, sir, but there is something called Article 265. Okay. So when government is levying taxes and all, so okay, so I also inspired by watching all these kind of mafia movies and all. I thought also why can't I also levy taxes? Okay, so not these movies, sir. If you watch like the early 2000s or 90s movies sometime in TVs also, that time these gundas will be there, where they'll be going to each and every shop and will be demanding money. Okay, so then hero will come, he'll fight with him. So that's a basic plot line. Okay, so now I also thought like that. Why hero is coming and fighting only with me? He can even fight with government also, na? So when he's paying to me, it's a problem. When he's paying to government, why it is okay? Okay, sir. Article 265 said like no authority. Okay, other than authority of law. That means state government, central government, or local authorities. Other than them, nobody else has the power to levy or collect taxes. That's why only government has the power to collect taxes. Okay, since we don't have the power to collect taxes, you cannot levy tax or you cannot collect taxes. Then Article 246, sir. we discussed federal structure, right? So central and state power should be separate. That's why in Article 246, 7th schedule, it lists out separately union list, state list, concurrent list. Union list consists of list of matters on which central can frame law. Okay, on those matters, central will only frame laws. It's not just about taxation, sir. Even any other law has to be framed also. Okay, sir, all those acts in India are not related to tax only. There may be traffic related act, pollution related acts. Okay, there are several. Even our course is also an act. Okay, so there are different matters. Union list consists of matters on which central can frame laws. Then there is state list. It consists of matters on which state can frame laws. Concurrent list. On those, central can also have a law, state can also have a law. Okay, so it's not like simultaneously they'll form a single kind of law. Okay, on that matter, central could have a different law, state could have a different law. Okay, those are like concurrent list. Okay, now since GST came, sir, GST is something like a new kind of model where central and state simultaneously levy GST. Previously, on a matter, either central will levy tax or state will levy tax. But now, in GST, on a single item, both central and state together levy tax. Let's say, for example, on manufacture of goods, previously, only central can levy tax. Now, even state also should get that power. Previously, on sale of goods, only state has power. Now, even central should get that power. That's why they don't disturb the existing 246. They introduced a new article called Article 246A and said like, it empowers central and state governments to frame laws with respect to GST. And there is Article 269A, which says like, it empowers the central government to levy tax on interstate supplies, which will be distributed between center and states. So why this Article 269A? Because of that backstory. IGST revenue has to be, the share has to be given to the states. States are not believing. That's why they introduced in the constitution. Empowers central government to levy tax on interstate supplies which will be distributed between center and states. Then that's why there is a taxation model. On intrastate there will be dual GST, CGST, SGST. If it is union territory, UDGST. If it is interstate transaction, then integrated tax. Even though levied by central government, 50% will be taken by central government, the other 50% will be given to the state. That also which states are buying state. Okay, then Article 366. Article 366 has defined GST. What is called GST? GST is a tax levied on supply of goods, services or both except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Why alcohol is only outside the GST purview? Simple reason, sir. On alcohol, either on manufacture, either on sale, the exclusive right to levy tax is on state governments. Now states are ready to forego their share of revenue on sale of goods, but they are not ready to share their income on alcohol to the central government. That's why they said like, we never agree to bring alcohol into the GST model. If they bring into GST model, half will be taken by central. That's why they are not ready for it. That's why it is kept out of the scope of GST. It is levied on supply of goods, services or both except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Then council. Why council, sir? Because we said like not just about money states want. They want even to be involved in the decision making. So to have a collective decision making, a forum is needed. That forum is only called as GST Council. It empowers President to constitute GST Council. It empowers President to constitute GST Council. Okay, so who will be there, sir? Union Finance Minister acting as chairperson. And from central, Ministry of State, okay, he is also like something like an in-charge Minister of Finance only, something like Deputy Finance, okay. He will also be there from central, acts as member. Then from every state, sir, including the 3 union territories which are having state legislature. So that means 31 overall. From 31 states, that state finance minister or any other minister nominated will also be acting as member. So total how many members will be there in the council, sir? 31 states, 31 members, 1 chairperson, union finance minister and another in charge of finance. Okay, 33 members will be there. Okay, to take a decision in the council, 3/4 should be in favor. So 3/4 now, not head count. If it is head count now, always states only will win. Because states has 31 members, central has only 2 members. That's why it's not like state count, head count. How the voting power is given? Voting power to central government is like 1/3, even though they have only 2 people representing, but still their voting power is equivalent to 33.33%. All the states are together having 66.67%. So to take a decision, 75% should be in favor. So either central cannot take decision or states cannot take decision. So both mutually should come to or agree to one point. Then quorum. What is called quorum, sir? Let's say central said like called for a decision. Now even no state has came. Those 2 people took a decision and said like it is a valid decision. We 2 are only there na. Out of that 75% agreed, so that's a decision. No, it cannot be like that. To call it as a valid meeting, there should be some minimum number of members to be present. 50%. So here the 50% is like head count. Out of 33, at least 50 members should be, 50% of the members should be there. Then only it is called as valid meeting. So then what council will do? Council, till now I said like council will take decisions. But here if you see it is saying as like recommendations. Sir, actually council will only take decisions. Okay? But in India, sir, again constitution is the prime thing. What constitution said like decisions can be taken only by the public. How do we take decisions? Our representatives sitting in assembly or in the parliament, they could take decisions. That means only those state legislature or the parliament can take decisions. Now you cannot ultravire that and give power to the council. That's why council is the one take decisions, but they'll name it as recommendations and pass it to the central and state governments. The same thing they'll make it as again a law. Okay? So they give recommendations on tax rates, what tax rates should be there, what has to be exempted, exemptions, threshold limits na applicability of GST, like turnover 20 lakhs exceeds, then you need to register, composition scheme thresholds, those things. Then taxes to be subsumed. You have to discuss the list of taxes that are subsumed into GST. That was also proposed by council. Principles of levy. What is called principles of levy, sir? Tax has to be paid by seller or has to be paid by buyer. So those things are like principles of levy. And the last one, date from which petroleum products will be brought into GST. So now till now I didn't say like petroleum products are not there into GST, but now here we understood like petroleum products are currently out of GST. Why? Simple reason. After alcohol, the second major revenue source is from petroleum. Now if on petroleums are almost like 70 to 80% tax rates are there. Okay. Now if they brought into GST, the maximum highest tax rate that could be there is only 40. So half of their revenues will fall down drastically. Okay. Now states who doesn't want to get that collapse, that's why they said like for the time being petrol also continue to be under the old model only. Okay, but afterwards, like slowly they'll be moving some of the petroleum products into GST. Eventually they'll bring all the petroleum products into GST. Okay, so slowly they wanted to bring them into GST. That's why for the time being petroleum products are out of the GST. Okay, so the next question is that one only. What are the products out of the ambit of GST? One is alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and the second one is like petroleum products. So what are called petroleum products, sir? We have a code for them. HP man, high speed diesel oil, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas. High speed diesel oil, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. Okay, currently these were not under the scope of GST. Sir, understand, these are not tax free, just GST free. There may be excise duty, central sales tax, VAT, that old taxes will be continuing on them. So with this one more point also. Sir, even though those taxes are subsumed into GST, they are not completely scrapped off. To the extent of these products, those old laws are still continuing. Then yes, I'm checking. Hello. Is it audible now? So to the online students, you're hearing any disturbance or else like hello, hello, hello. Hello all. Earphones తీసి చూడండి ఒకసారి. మన ఉందా? ఓకే. Okay. So the other key points, sir. So GST, to introduce GST, Constitution has been amended. So it was the 101st time Constitution has been amended. GST is applicable from 1st July 2017. We adopted Canadian GST model, and GST is a destination based tax. Why? Because the share of revenue will be given to the buying state or the destination state, and GST is a value added tax. Why? Because here also there is a concept of ITC. At every stage, instead of taxing everything, they'll only tax the value added part. That's why GST is a value added tax. Compensation cess concept already explained. Then rules for apportionment of credit or ITC. So these are like rules related to ITC only, sir. On a purchase, whatever the tax component we have, that will take it as ITC, and that ITC will be using for payment of tax. That's the basic rule. On my inward tax component, I'll take it as ITC. That ITC, I'll use it when I'm making a taxes, when I'm have to pay the taxes. Instead of paying it in cash, I can set off the ITC balance. Okay. But here, sir, in GST, if my inward is from a different state, then IGST will be there. If my inward is from the same state, then I'll have CGST and SGST. So I have total 3 types of ITCs: CGST, SGST, IGST. Even on my outward supply also, there could be CGST, SGST, and even there could be IGST. So I have not a single credit and single tax. I have 3 different types of credits and 3 different types of taxes. Now the question is, how do I adjust them? Is it only one-to-one relation, or there is anything like one-to-many possible or not? Okay, that rules only we are discussing. Sir, IGST credit, because IGST belongs to both central and state, right? It has both the shares. So IGST credit, if you are having anything, it should be first used to pay the IGST liability. Okay. Then if after paying off IGST liability still you are having surplus credit, then use it for paying either CGST liability or even SGST liability. So IGST credit could be used for paying first IGST liability, then CGST or even SGST in any ratio, in any manner. Once IGST has been used, IGST liability has been discharged, then there is no priority between CGST and SGST. Considering the situation, considering the circumstances, you could either adjust with SGST if you want, or you could even adjust with CGST, or you could adjust even equally also. So there is no rule there. First one. Then second one, sir. Unless until IGST is completely utilized, unless until your IGST credit is completely utilized, you cannot start using either CGST credit or even SGST credit. Okay. Why? Because first IGST is there, which belongs to both. First it has to be adjusted. Once that is done, then you go for the CGST or SGST. Then, okay, CGST. CGST also first should be utilized to discharge CGST liability only. Afterwards, if any surplus is there, then with the IGST. Same way, SGST also has to be first adjusted with the SGST, then with IGST. So now CGST cannot be adjusted with SGST liability. Same way, SGST cannot be adjusted with CGST. Okay, why now? We don't know that one. Okay, simple. Okay, that was there. So usually, sir, for inter-level and all, I'll explain it like in a wife, okay, husband and their mother-in-law kind of example. So IGST acts as like a husband role here. Okay, who need to take care of both his wife as well as mother. Mother is like CGST, wife is like SGST. Okay, now why this mother and mother-in-law, why this like wife and mother-in-law will be having this fight now? We don't know. That is there from ages. Okay, so when do we solve? We don't know. Maybe after once this serial solve will get end. Because whatever the serial you see, the constant, one of them will only be villain. Either mother-in-law will be villain or else his wife will be the villain. Okay, so now here coming back to the point, sir, CGST can never be adjusted with SGST, SGST can never be adjusted with CGST. Then cess, since you are paying cess also, even you will get compensation cess credit also. Cess can be used only for payment of cess liability. So okay, once again I am repeating, sir. IGST liability has to be first adjusted with IGST credit has to be first adjusted with IGST liability. Then with either CGST or even SGST. Only when the IGST credit is completely utilized. Okay, it is something like husband has went to shopping along with his wife and mother. Once he went for shopping, now why they both will pay the bill? Why this fellow has been taken to the shopping to pay the bill only? Now otherwise they know shopping mall, they have Rapido, Ola, Uber, everything. So why this fellow only to pay the bill? Okay. So if husband is there, then obviously husband only has to pay the bill. If he is paying for wife, obviously he need to pay even to his mother also. That's the point, sir. So there, if IGST is there, first you should utilize IGST credit only. Only when husband money is completely enough, credit cards got declined, no money in the bank account also, then they'll use their own money. So okay, so unless until IGST grade is completely utilized, you cannot start using CGST grade or even SGST grade. Then CGST with first CGST, then with IGST. SGST first with SGST and then with IGST. Okay, now, sir, IGST has a deficit. IGST liability is 5 lakhs, credit is only 2 lakhs. That means IGST payable is there 3 lakhs. Whereas CGST credit surplus is there, SGST credit surplus is there. Now from where you should take first? It's a typical normal situation only, sir. If a guy having a problem, he could take from his wife or from mother. So first he will take from mother so that he will not have other tauntings and all. Wife now every time she will say like okay, so to that he will be taking first from his mother, then will be from the wife. Okay, so the point here is like IGST, if there is deficit, first utilized from CGST, then with SGST. Sir, here you should understand, if IGST is having surplus credit, both are equal only. You could give it to CGST liability or even to the SGST liability in any proportion. Okay, if he needs to take, IGST is in a deficit position, then it should take it first from CGST grade, then from the SGST. Okay, then GSTN, sir, Goods and Service Tax Network. Why GSTN is there, sir? GSTN is there. It's a Section 8 company to settle the revenues between central and states on a timely manner. So that's why it acts as a clearing house, clearing the revenue to settle the revenue between central and states. It manages the website. Since already to settle the revenues and all, it needs lot of this tech support and all. Since already tech things are handled by this particular company, all the other software related, all the other website related activities has been given to GSTN only. So GSTN is the one who maintains the website. All these online functionalities will be maintained by GSTN. Functions, it facilitates registration. So there is a difference between granting registration and facilitating registration. Okay, facilitating means they could just help. So GSTN portal directly will not give registration. GST portal is just a gateway. This side user will be there, this side the CBIC department will be there. So when you file an application with the GSTN backend, that officer will verify. Once he grants registration, that would be communicated to you. So GSTN will just act as a facilitates the registration. Okay, it does not grant. Then whatever the return you file, that would be forwarded to central and state governments. And whatever the tax you paid, that deducted from bank account, will be reflected even into the GST portal. So matches the tax payment details. It settles and computes the IGST revenue between central and states. It provides various MIS reports. What are called MIS reports? Are Management Information System. So to help them in taking decisions, they'll give some kind of summary reports, trends. Okay, if at all some good is exempted, how much is the revenue loss? If the increase rate, how much is the increase? All those things. Providing analysis on taxpayers profile. Sir, with this analysis only, the government or the tax authorities could decide on whom they should initiate assessment. Instead of taking it on completely random basis, they'll do some kind of analysis based on all their profiles. So then on that analysis, they'll be choosing someone for assessment. Then running the matching engine. What is called matching engine, sir? This is also one important concept here. Sir, here is a registered person. He has an inward supply of 10 lakhs on this 18% tax paid. That means this registered person will get as ITC how much, sir? 1.8 lakhs. Okay. Now, if the power to claim this ITC is with you only, then you may do, what you could do means like, let's say in a month you don't have enough money to pay tax. So simply, let's say your tax liability is 2 lakhs, sir. You have only actual ITC of 1.8 lakhs, or else like not even like 2 lakhs, 5 lakhs liability you are having. But you have ITC of how much? 1.8 lakhs only. To pay the other amount, you have some cash crunch. That's why what you are doing, you are showing your purchase as 20 lakhs. And 20 lakhs into 18%, now your ITC will become how much? 3.6 lakhs. You are adjusting 3.6 lakhs. This is a clear-cut fraud now. So your inward is only 10 lakhs, but you are showing it as like 20 or 25 lakhs and claiming more ITC. To avoid these kind of situations, now how the system will work means there is a supplier and here there will be GSTN system. This supplier report all his sales to the GSTN. He'll report all his sales to the GSTN in the format GSTR1, Goods and Service Tax Return 1. Now this GSTN will report the corresponding purchases of every buyer to GSTR 2A or 2B. Okay. Now, you being a buyer, you cannot tell what is your purchase. Your purchase is automatically got reflected from the details posted by your seller. Okay. So now there is no chance of fooling. Okay. Because if at all here 10 lakhs is report, if at all you want to change it to 20 lakhs, you cannot do that. You should ask whom? Your seller. Your seller will not do. Why? Because if he changed 20 lakhs, he should pay tax on 20 lakhs. Okay. That's why. Okay. They are avoiding this kind of fake ITC claims and all by way of introducing matching engine. So this concept is worked because of GSTN only. Then vision of GST. Okay, sir, for us in our institute material again, there is a separate chapter on GSTN alone. Okay, in the first two attempts, like in June 20, I mean after new syllabus, in June 2023 exam and in December 23 exam, the first question used to be from this vision of GSTN and mission of GSTN only. Okay, because there is a separate chapter in our syllabus, institute book regarding GSTN, the last chapter of GST. Okay, but then after they are not asking this concept, but still because we already covered this first chapter, I am explaining. Two questions are from that: vision of GSTN, mission of GSTN. If you remember something, the interlevel SM, strategic management, vision is a longer term objective. I mean, what you wanted to achieve in the coming 30 years, 40 years is called as vision. Mission is something comparatively shorter term. I mean, in the 5 years or in some 6-7 years, what you wanted to achieve is called as mission. But understand, sir, mission cannot be something, okay, mission should be aligned with the vision only. Okay, sir, ultimately if you want to become some chief minister of state, now your mission will be to become an MLA. Okay, then after 20 years you may plan to become some chief minister. Okay, now, but otherwise, like if you wanted to become after 30 years some chief minister, now you are like doing some other thing or doing working in a corporate company, then it's of like you are not aligned with your vision. Okay, so now vision of GST. What is the vision of GST, sir? To become trusted national information utility. National wide, it should be the trusted source for providing information. How could it provide information? Because it has a record of every sale and every purchase. So it has so much of data. So every information related to them, one source of information, and that also trusted one should be what? GSTN. That's what their objective. Which provides, I mean, not only just becoming a trusted national information utility, and even it should provide reliable, I mean, on what you could depend. Efficient, okay, in a usable way, in a smarter way, and even robust IT, which is like quicker, okay, and cannot be I mean, doesn't have any other kind of problems or issues also. So become national wide trusted information utility, which is a reliable, robust and even efficient IT. Why? Okay, it's not just become national information utility and even provides a reliable, efficient and robust IT structure. Second thing, why these two are important, sir? Because the IT structure is the base for GST. When this IT is collapsed, then this matching system will collapse. When the matching system collapses, the overall GST, whatever they planned, that cannot be achieved. That's why their long-term vision is like they should become trusted national information utility, provide reliable, efficient and robust IT, because this IT is the backbone for implementation of GST. The third one, sir, to leverage the entire nation as one market. Okay, how it could be leveraged as one market, sir? Across the country, if there are uniform policies, uniform kind of structures, then you could do business from everywhere. And to minimalize the compliance cost, this is only something which we don't like. Compliance cost to a company is we only. We are the compliance cost. If there are no compliances, what's the use of us? Okay, the purpose of any auditor is like because of compliances only. But the objective of GSTN is like to minimalize compliance cost. So what does it mean? They wanted to simplify these return processes, registration process, everything. Okay, so the user can himself can register, can himself can report those transactions and all. So they wanted to simplify in such a way. That is called their long-term vision. So with that, the compliance cost will also become minimal. Okay, what is their vision, sir? Trusted information utility, reliable, robust, efficient IT. Third one, minimalizing compliance cost. Now, to achieve these visions, what are the mission they are having? To provide common IT infrastructure with central government, state government and other stakeholders. So there will not be different websites for central, state and even for their backend works. Everyone will be aligned in the single website. So with that, sir, common procedures will be there across the country. Then provide common registration, return, tax payment services through a single portal. So this is also to what? Minimalize compliance cost. So everything is available in the single portal. So you need not to go to different portals. So same portal, maybe not now, after 5 years or 10 years, user will learn The normal business person will also learn how to register, how to file returns and all. So, okay, so common everything there only. And then collaborate with GSPs. What are called these GSPs? These GSPs are some tech companies like Infosys, TCS, like that. Why GSTN has to collaborate with them? Because once GST is rolled out, the ERP systems the businesses are using should also be enabled with the GST functions. SAP, Oracle, Fusion, Microsoft Fusion. So there are so many kind of these ERP packages. All those ERP packages should have all these GST related functionalities. That's why they'll work along with them to develop all these kind of applications. And then efficient back-end services to government departments. I mean, to provide trusted information and those reports also. Develop taxpayer profiler utility. For every taxpayer there is a profile and they store data everything. I mean, instead of having manual files, all your information will be there on the online form only, which is easy for them to access and all. The last one, it will assist authorities, thereby improving compliances, and even there will be transparency. Okay, whatever is happening in GST, you could see. Everything is clearly visible. Next ones are advantages of system, GST. By introducing all these kind of changes, one nation, one tax. First thing, sir, double taxation has been eliminated because either you are manufacturer or wholesaler, no problem, you will get ITC. Whether it is intrastate or interstate, you will get ITC. But previously, interstate CST, no ITC. Manufacturer levies excise duty, that is not given as ITC to wholesalers. Now those issues are not there. Whoever you are, if you are a registered person, you are eligible to get ITC. So double taxation is eliminated, cascading effect has been eliminated. Third one, across the country uniform procedures. Okay, there are no different procedures. So by having uniform procedures, there will not be any more state boundaries. You can buy goods from Jammu and Kashmir also, still you are able to get ITC. Okay, so you will not be thinking to buy only in Tamil Nadu. If you have a better source in Andhra, you will go and buy from Andhra Pradesh also. So, okay, so that's why it. Okay, so I'm talking about this benefits of GST. Boost, elimination of double taxation, creation of unified national market, uniting the whole country, mitigating cascading, then increase in government revenue. How government revenue increases, sir? Because of that matching system. I mean, the tax leakages has been completely proved, completely eliminated now. Why? Because they cannot be fake claims now, because whatever reflects into the portal, that only you can claim it as your ITC. That's why the government revenues will increase. Overall, sir, it will increase, it will boost to Make in India initiative also, because with the introduction of GST, by eliminating all these double taxation and cascading, the prices will come down. Okay, once the prices will come down, it will reduces the once the prices come down, then it will increases automatically the demand. So few more manufacturers will come, few more goods will be manufactured, which will be boosted to Make in India initiative. Then these things I need not to discuss, sir. Differences, features, differences direct tax taxpayer is only having the incidence, indirect tax consumer. Progressive. In income tax, income increases, tax also will increase. Indirect taxes, tax rate will remain same. Shifting of tax burden. Okay, your income, you only have to pay tax. But in indirect taxes, seller is the one who is making the buyer is me. Okay, but I'm the consumer of good, but I'm not paying the taxes. The seller is paying the taxes. Or else seller liability is to pay the taxes, but he's not paying from his pocket. He's collecting from me. So the burden is transferred to me. Okay, I again collect from my buyer. So like that, shifting of tax burden. Direct tax basis is income generation. You all are paying income tax? No. Why? Because maybe you don't have income. You all are paying GST because you all are consuming. Maybe not directly, but indirectly you are paying that one. Administrative body for direct tax is CBDT. Here it is like CBAC. Direct taxes, income tax. Example here GST and customs. The future is not relevant also, sir. But revenue source to the government, because of indirect taxes there's a new source came, otherwise only direct tax used to be there. Then regressive in nature, same tax rate for everyone. Inflationary, if there is no indirect tax at all, then the prices much more will come down. 100 rupees good will be 100 rupees only. If you levy indirect tax, if it is 10%, it will become 110. If it is 20%, it will become 120. So because of indirect taxes, prices will increase. That's one. Indirect taxes are not just levied on goods, they are levied on both goods and services. Shifting of tax burden. One person liability will be recovered from other person. Higher tax base. Compared to the income taxes, sir, here there is so much of scope, because in direct taxes there is something called basic exemption limit. In indirect taxes there is no basic exemption limit. Whoever purchases anything, whoever consumes anything, he need to pay the indirect taxes. So there is lot of base here. And then welfare. How indirect taxes contributes to welfare? There are some goods which we refer them as sin goods, like alcohol, tobacco, pan masala, these things. On them higher tax rates will be levied. When higher tax rates are levied, their price will increase. Once their price increases, their consumption will come down. That's the basic economics formula. But there is an exception to it, sir, but which is not mentioned by government. Okay, for addictive substances and all, okay, even prices increases also, demands will not fall down. Okay, so but still they mentioned it like price increases, demand will fall down, their consumption will come down. That way they are they are providing welfare to the society. So these are the features of indirect taxes. Okay, and the first set of 6 sections are, because in second chapter we'll be starting with supply, section 7. So then you'll be having a question, what happened to the first 6 sections? Section 1 is about title and applicability. Every act, section 1 will be about title. Here that title is like one more thing. Throughout our syllabus, we'll be mostly discussing CGST Act only, except the place of supply, else everywhere will be CGST Act only. So the title of the act is mostly CGST Act only. And then applicability, whole of India from 1st July. Section 2 is about definitions. There will be some 300-400 definitions. All are not relevant to us. Whichever are relevant, we'll be discussing then and there only. Okay, instead of all together. Section 3, it's about officers. Who are the officers under CGST Act? Section 4, who will appoint those officers? Section 5 is about what are the powers of those officers. And section 6 is about authorization of officers. So let's say, with respect to one person, when central authorities came and verifying his records because of CGST involved. Now the same SSC need not to be again verified by state authorities also, right? If one do the verification, it's enough. If central do, then obviously they'll even verify the state related also. That's why they have that cross change of powers. I mean, when a central authority was there for verification, they can even use the powers of state authorities also, and they can give some notice or some order related to state authorities also. Same way, state authorities also will have the powers of central authorities. So that authorization of powers is given under section 6. Okay, so out of all these, sir, this section 3 alone is relevant. That also we'll discuss in appeals chapter. Okay, others are not even relevant for us. So with this, we have completed the basic part, sir. So basic parts are the important points are like, once you know, once we can clearly establish like these ITC rules, double taxation logics and all, then you could interlink them easily whenever I refer into the So okay. So now we are starting with supply chapter. So considering the exam perspective, sir, there could be a 7 marks question from supply and there could be an MCQ as well. And from here also, sir, most commonly certain areas are being asked. Like one among them is like related person definition, distinct person definition, related person, distinct person, and then good and service, then schedule 1, 2, 3, there will be 3 schedules, and then section 8, composite supply and mixed supply. Composite supply and mixed supply. It's okay. So majority times the questions are being asked from these areas only. Related person, distinct person, goods and service, schedule 1, 2, 3, and then composite supply and mixed supply. So now first we are starting with the definition of good. What is called good? Good means every kind of movable property. Goods means every kind of movable property. Okay, so to call it as good, it should be a property and then it should be mobile. These are the essentials. Even though they are mobile, there are some exceptions. One among the exceptions is like money. Money is not a good. Money even includes cash, checks, demand drafts, promissory notes, bills of exchange. So money and money equivalents are not goods. And then securities. What does it mean by securities? There could be shares, bonds, debt instruments, derivatives. All those will come under the securities. These are not goods. So even though they are mobile, money and securities are not goods. And then it includes actionable claims. What is called an actionable claim? Actionable claim means it's a claim to any debt which is unsecured. Nothing but it's an instrument which gives you the power to demand someone to pay you a money. Okay, maybe. So with that instrument, you can ask someone to pay you some 1 lakh, 5 lakh, whatever the amount denominated. So the right, whichever the instrument giving you that right, that is called as actionable claim. Example, you have a lottery ticket and your number came on the draw. So you are the lottery winner. So with what you can claim the lottery price? With that lottery ticket only, then that lottery ticket is an actionable claim. The right to get the amount may be contingent. At the time of purchase of lottery ticket, you are not sure whether you will get money or not. Still, since it has a contingent right also, it could be called as actionable claim. So other examples are like bills of exchange, promissory note. All these will give the power to claim a debt. So these all are come under the actionable claims. Sir, but if you see, check is covered under the money definition, even under actionable claim definition. Demand draft, bills of exchange. So these are covered even in the money definition and even in actionable claim definition. But if you see, money not a good. If you treat them as actionable claim, it is included in good. So now ultimately these checks and DDs, these are goods or not goods. Sir, in any way you take, ultimately they will not become supply. Why? Let us assume check, demand draft, bills of exchange are part of money. Then first itself excluded from the definitions, so they will not become supply. Even let's say if they were included in the definition of actionable claim, but later on if you go to schedule 3 negative list, actionable claims are neither treated as supply of good nor even supply of service. So either these 3, if they fall under the money also, they will not become supply. If they are even taken under the definition of actionable claim also, they will not again will become supply. But lottery ticket is not the case. Lottery ticket is an actionable claim. It is not money. If lottery cricket ticket is an actionable claim and it becomes supply also, because schedule 3 says like actionable claims other than lottery, betting, gambling, online money gaming, other than these are not supply of goods and services. That means lottery, betting, gambling will be treated as supplies only. So lottery, so the best example of actionable claim is lottery ticket, which could even be called as a, which would even become a supply. Okay, good means every kind of movable property, includes money and securities, excludes money and securities, includes actionable claims. Then growing crops, grass and things attached to the land are also called as goods. Sir, any crop or anything attached to the land are not movable, but to call it as good it should be movable. But what the definition is saying, like any crop or any grass or anything which is attached to the land also can be called as a good, provided it should be separated by the time the supply happens. Sir, you purchased some red sandalwood from Pushpa. You know Pushpa, right? Okay, so from Pushpa you wanted some red sandalwood. So how he'll get that red sandalwood? He'll go to a forest, he'll cut them, and then he'll be providing you. So before the time he makes supply, he'll be separating it from the land. So it becomes movable, it is called as good. Good means every kind of movable property, excludes money and securities, includes actionable claims, growing crops, grass and things attached to the land also. But they should be separated by the time supply happens. Then here, sir, these examples, if you purchased a laptop, and paid money for the laptop. If you purchased a laptop, okay, supplier is providing a laptop. So someone asking over the live, like, do we cover CMA final workbook questions also? So that workbook cannot be solved, sir. That workbook itself is 360 pages. Okay, you need not to refer the workbook also. Okay, if you are already having the BCCA books, you could rely on the BCCA workbook, whatever the questions are there and the concepts, if you prepare, that would be enough only. Okay, so if you solve the workbook and all, the questions are like more tougher than CFNL and all. But the question paper will not be that much complicated or tricky. It's okay, you don't spend so much of time. Comparatively, direct tax is tough. For direct tax, workbook is only 90 pages. For indirect taxes, he released 350 pages workbook. Okay, so whatever the problem he finds, that he has kept into the workbook. So all those we cannot solve, sir. Whatever the questions we are solving here is enough. Okay, so now supplier supplied a laptop. And to this laptop, the consideration is paid in money. So for any contract, sir, there will be two-way consideration. For the seller, money is the consideration. For the buyer, laptop is the consideration. But one side money, one side laptop. So money is not a good, but laptop is a good. That's why on laptop value we are levying GST, since it will become a supply. But let's say here, sir, the same supplier, he supplied laptop in exchange of 3 mobiles. Here this side also good and this side also good. So on laptop value also GST will be levied, on money value also GST will be levied, provided both of them are registered and other conditions are satisfied. Okay, so in a transaction, one side, since it is being money, the other good and service only we are taxing. If it is kind of exchange transaction where both the sides there will be good and service, then both the sides it will become taxable. Then service. Service means anything other than goods. So goods, now there is a boundary here which is mobile. Okay, and it has excludes money and securities, includes growing crops and things. So goods definition, they have kept a boundary, sir. I mean, they have circled it. So what is good, they have given a clear cut definition. So anything which does not falls into that circle is not a good. But for service definition, there is nothing like that. There is no boundary for service definition, because it could be anything which is not a good. Sir, now this building, okay, the building currently we are there, is it a good? This building, is it a good? Good means what? Mobile. So it is a mobile property, yeah? No, right? So it is not a good. But this building falls under the definition of service. Why? So your common sense may not agree, but still service means anything other than good. So if it is other than good, this building is not good, then obviously it will fall under the definition of service. So service means anything other than good, money and even securities. Sir, you have some land. Land is a good? No. Even though it is not a good, then it will fall under the definition of service. So service means anything other than good, money and securities. Then it will become a service. And service even includes use of money or conversion of money. You are using money or converting money from one form to another, one currency to another, or one denomination to another. So I have dollars. So I given $1 lakh to SBI, and then SBI is paying me Indian currency. Will SBI do that conversion freely? So it will charge some commission, right? So the transaction is money only. What I gave is money, dollars. What they give is also money. Both the sides it's money only. But there is a service element involved to the extent of commission charged by bank. So in the process of converting money from one form to another, one denomination to another, or one currency to another, that extra consideration charged is there. To that element, it is called as service. Service, it includes use of money or conversion of money from one form to another, one currency to another, one denomination to another, to the extent of, so this line is missing here, you could write down, to the extent of separate consideration charged. To the extent of separate consideration charged for conversion. To the extent of separate consideration charged for conversion. I mean, on conversion of this cash to DD, dollar to rupee, or 500 to 100 rupees or 10 rupees notes, okay. Then service even includes facilitating or arranging a transaction in securities. So now see, I purchased or I sold Reliance shares and I got some 10 lakh rupees. What I sold is a security. What I got is money. Money is neither not good and service. Security is also not good and service. But I cannot trade on my own the shares and all. So I need to do it only through stockbroker. Now stockbroker will not do it for free. He'll charge some commission. Then to the extent of that stockbroker charges or demat account charges or any app you are using that charges, those amounts to again service only. Okay. And even the same way, sir, when bank gives you a loan, okay, will you be repaying the same amount or extra amount? If bank gives you a loan, you will be paying extra. That is called as interest. So that interest part is the separate consideration involved. So loan is not a supply, but the interest element is there. Not to that extent it is a supply. I mean it is a service only. Okay. So see that one also, sir. Exemption on interest and discount. Interest on loans and advances, sir. It's not exempted actually. The better. Okay, sorry. Interest on loans and advances is a service. Okay, why? Because when loan is given money only, repaid also money only, but the separate consideration involved is like interest. So it fits into the definition of service, and then if it becomes supply, even though it is supply, it is what? Exempted. Interest on loans and advances is a service, it becomes supply, but still it is exempted. And the same way, if any bills got discounted, on bills discounting there is some discount part involved, which is also of interest nature only, that is also exempted. Then any penal interest, late payment charges on credit card levied, those are also exempted. And then on loan, if any processing fee or document charges are levied, but those processing fees and document charges are taxable. Then taxability of transactions in securities. If it is a transaction in securities, sir, forward contracts or future contracts. So how a forward contract works, sir? Sir, I wanted to start a potato chips company. So, okay, instead of bingo, I want to start dingo. Okay, in the place B, I will be replacing it D. Dingo. Okay, there. For me, the major raw material is like potatoes. But I am worried if at all the potato prices jump to 100 rupees per kg, then my profits will come down. That's why I went on and made an agreement with the farmer that I'll buy after 1 year potatoes per kg 40 rupees. So now this is called a forward contract, because for a future date I'm agreeing to pay for 40 rupees. But on that day, after 1 year, the potatoes price is actually 20 rupees only. But still I need to pay how much? So I have a loss of 20 rupees because 20 rupees good I am paying 40. But on that day if the potato price is 100, then a 100 good I'll get it only for 40. Then the benefit I am having is like 60. So now on the settlement day, the contracts would get settled of two ways. One is like by taking actual delivery of potatoes. Second one is like I don't take delivery of potatoes. I'll just settle the match. I mean if loss na I'll pay, profit na he'll be paying to me. Okay. So if the forward contract involves actual settlement of underlying commodity, I mean the potato, then there is supply of good. It is a good only. Okay, supply of good and it is taxable. If it is only margin is getting settled, then it fits into the definition of security. So that it is not a service. Forward contracts involves involves delivery of underlying commodity. I mean potatoes got delivered, then it is a good and it is a supply. If only margin got settled, then it is a security, not a supply. If with respect to any sale of secured debt, interest rate swaps, foreign exchange swaps, this fits into the definition of derivatives. They are like securities and not supply of goods nor supply of service. Then these definitions are important, has been asked 2 times already in the exam. Related person. Who is called related person, sir? To call him as a related person, they should be members of same family. So here family means 2 types, sir. Micro family, macro family. Okay, micro family na husband, wife, children. Okay, so those are father, mother and children. Those 4 people or 4 or 5 people will become the micro family. They are like either they are dependent on others or independent of others. They'll become part of family. Whereas the extended family, parents, brothers and sisters and grandparents, they'll become part of family only when they are wholly or mainly dependent. Spouse children will become part of family irrespective of dependence. Whereas parents, brothers and sisters, grandparents, they'll become part of family when they are wholly or mainly dependent. Then such persons are officers or directors of one another's business. What does it mean? Sir, Ganesh owns a company, me also owns a company. In my company, Ganesh is acting as director. In his company, I am acting as a director. So then both of us are also related persons. Both of our companies are also related persons. Then such persons are legally recognized partners. I mean, they both are partners in a firm which got registered. I mean, not GST registered, sir. Partnership deed has been executed. Then they are legally recognized partners. Then such persons are employer and employee. If they are employer and employee, then also they are related persons only. Then any person controls, owns, holds directly or indirectly greater than or equal to 25% voting power. Okay. If in any entity, if a person is having more than or equal to 25% of voting power, then both those are related persons. Next point. A person directly or indirectly controls the other. So usually how control can be exercised? When more than 51%, then control can be exercised. That's the usual decision. Or they can majority board of directors can be constituted, then also they will be called as what? Control. So control doesn't mean always about shareholding only. Sir, now all these recent startups like Zepto, okay, Blinkit, or this kind of, okay, Zepto, Zomato, Swiggy, or this kind of Flipkart. So all these kind of Ola, this kind of tech startup companies and all these companies, the founders or the promoters will be having within 10% shareholding only. But still, they are the promoters. They could control all the operations of the company, even their shareholding is less than 10%. So that's why they are having the control. They are called as they, and the companies are called as related persons, because he is the promoter. His idea it is. Okay, even though his shareholding is less, but still everybody invested considering him only. So everybody listens to his word or listens to his decision. So that's why he is exercising control even his share is less than 25%. That is called control. Then we can call them as like related persons. Next one. A third person directly or indirectly controls both of them. Nothing but they are common subsidiaries of a company. A limited as B limited subsidiary, C limited. Then both these subsidiaries are also related persons. And then these two persons together control a third person. Joint venture. Okay, two persons A, B together can control C. Then both A, B are also called as related persons. So once again I am repeating, sir. Members of same family, officers and directors of one another business, legally recognized partners, more than or equal to 25% voting power, can exercise control over the other entity. Next one, sir. Both are being controlled by a, both are being controlled by a common person. The next last one is like those two persons together control a third person. In all these cases, these are related persons only. And the last one, sir, by way of explanation, it is given where one person is acting as a sole agent or distributor of other. Is acting as a sole agent or distributor. I mean, if I manufacture 100 goods, out of them 90 goods are sold by that fellow only. Then he is acting as my sole agent or distributor. So he and me are all related person because he sells 90 goods. If suddenly he stops selling means then I don't know what to do my goods. That's why he could influence me. So we both are related persons. Then distinct persons. What is the concept of distinct persons, sir? Under GST, even though we said like across the country, same law, same set of procedures, everything, if you are having place of businesses or having businesses in more than one state, then each of such state you need to register separately. One reason. So when you are having businesses in more than one state, then each of such state you need to register separately. First reason. Second one, within the state only, you are in Tamil Nadu only. But in Tamil Nadu itself, you are having 5 branches. You wanted to register separately for these 5 branches. You have that option. Even within the state also, you could go for multiple registrations. Now, because of any reason, either because of multiple states or within the state itself, you wanted to have multiple registrations and took. Because of any reason, if you have multiple registrations, but only one PAN. For a person, there will be only one PAN, sir. But you are having multiple GST registrations. Then each of such registration will be treated as a separate person. That is the concept of distinct person. Okay. So now, the head office in Chennai is supplying goods to a branch office in Coimbatore. Okay. If this Chennai office and Coimbatore office are having 2 separate registrations, then it has to be treated as a sale only, even though branch transfer. Because both these are like 2 different persons. And not only this, sir, next one, treated as, okay, one example, sir, like this example, let's say Rakesh is a person, he is having one petrol station in Tamil Nadu. Since he is into supplying of petrol alone, petrol is not covered under GST, petroleum products. So these are like non-taxable supplies. Whereas in AP, he runs a petrol station along with automobile spares. Okay, there are lubricants on these automobile spares, all those will be sold. Petrol alone is not taxable under GST. The other automobile spare parts are taxable under GST. So in AP he is registered because he is supplying both taxable and non-taxable. Whereas Tamil Nadu he is exempted because since he is solely into supplying exempted goods or non-taxable goods, he is exempted from registrations. Now he has 2 branches. One is registered in AP, the other one is like unregistered in Tamil Nadu. Now both these are also will be treated as like establishments of 2 different persons. First one is like if you have 2 separate registrations, each of them is like a separate or distinct person. Now one is registered, other one is like unregistered, but in a different state. Now these 2 are also has to be treated as like different or distinct persons only. Then consideration. Consideration means what, sir? For a supply, the amount you pay, either agreed to be paid or paid. It could be in money or even otherwise, but should be related to supply of goods, services or both, whether by recipient or by any other person. Consideration means any amount paid or agreed to be paid, either in money or otherwise. That means it could be even non-monetary also. Third one, it should be related to supply of goods, services or both. Fourth one, it could be paid by recipient or by any other person. Okay, you came to classes, consideration need not to be paid by you. Your father and mother can pay, or else some trust may pay on behalf of you. So anybody can pay consider money, that could be called as what? Consideration. The last one, if any subsidies are given by central and state government, that couldn't be treated as a supply. So let's say, sir, under skill development program, Tamil Nadu government has taken up this CMA in coaching and all also. Now, they said like any student can take CMA classes, but whatever the fees is there, that would be paid by Tamil Nadu state government. Then that is a subsidy given by the government. If it is a subsidy given by government, then that is not a consideration. Let's say, sir, you need to pay 10,000 per subject. Example. Now government is saying like, state government is saying like, since for this course we are not giving any kind of this scholarships or any kind of reimbursements and all. So state government said like 60% will bear. I mean, out of 10,000, you pay 4,000 only. Government will pay another 6,000. Since that amount is paid by government, that is a subsidy given by government. That shouldn't be included in the consideration. I mean, that shouldn't be included in the definition of consideration. So even though I got 10,000, you paid 4, government paid 6. Only 4,000 will be treated as consideration. Okay, here sir, the laptop actually is for 30,000. But the student paid only 10,000. Government paid on behalf of him how much? 20,000. So only 10,000 will be treated as the consideration. The amount paid by government will not be treated as consideration. Then even any amount paid for doing an act or forbearance to doing an act. Sir, doing an act, so okay, whatever the amount is paid, that is that is consideration. Not doing an act also. For not doing an act means, let's say for example, sir, these are like 3 plots owned by A, B, C. Here, sir, in this plot, B constructed some 15 floors building. 15 floors building. Now, B is constructing only some 3 floors building. Now, B is worried like, if A also constructs some 15 floors, his building will not get proper sunlight. That's why he entered into a contract with A that he will pay 50 lakhs if A does not construct more than 3 floors. So now A has actually the right to construct any number of floors. Okay, but still he is restricting himself for 3 floors only by taking this 50 lakhs. So this is called as what? The amount received for restraining to do. For not doing an act, the amount he is getting. So that is also called as what? Consideration. Okay. Then works contract. Works contract means it's a contract. It involves both supply of goods and services, but it should be related to immovable property. Sir, it should be related to immovable property. Otherwise, our coaching classes also will become works contract. Because movable property, books we are giving, other service also we are giving. Both goods and service, it will not become works and contract. Good and service plus related to immovable property. So, some interior decoration you took, some plumbing service you have taken, painting service or the building construction service, tiling, ceiling. So, all these related to immovable property where involves both good and service, then that is called as works contract. Then taxable person. Who is called a taxable person, sir? A person who has the liability to register. Oh, sorry. Taxable person means a person who is already registered. If you are registered under GST, then you are taxable person. You are not registered, but you have the liability to register under GST. Then also you are called as taxable person. Principal and agent, sir. Principal means if on behalf of me, someone is there who supplies or receives or goods on behalf of me, then that guy is called agent. I am called as principal. Okay. Usual or articleship. Okay. So you are an article student. Okay. Article trainee. You do audit on behalf of your principal. I mean, you are providing service on behalf of your principal. Then that article is called as agent. The other one, already we are referring him as principal only. Okay. Because you are acting as an agent to him. That's why he is called as principal. You are not being called as agent, but article, even though article is called as, but the relationship is like principal and agent only. So agent means a person. He may be called as broker, auctioneer, declaratory agent, commission agent, mercantile agent, by whatever the name called. If he is supplying goods or receiving goods on behalf of some other person, he is called as agent. Then online money gaming. Sir, online money gaming, it's a game played through online, that is clear, where you will deposit money or virtual digital assets. Money and virtual digital assets are different, sir. Money means the real money. Virtual digital assets are some kind of cryptos. Okay, anything you will deposit to play that such kind of online money with an intention of winning in that game, with an intention of winning any event including game, whether or not the outcome is based on skill or chance. Even though some skill is involved, but still if you are playing it through online, It may involve skill, may not involve skill, but you are getting any winnings from online games, then that is called as online money gaming. Then the last definitions are business. Business means any trade, commerce, manufacture, profession, occasion, adventure, wager. It could be normal trade, buying, selling, commerce, industries level, buying, selling, manufacture, profession, vocation. So profession, vocation different. Profession na is registered courses like CA, CMA, medicine, lawyer. Vocation na which doesn't have proper qualification, carpentering, electrician, plumbing, those will come under, or even paintings, drawings, those kind of artists also will come under occasion. Trade, commerce, manufacture, profession, occasion, adventure. Adventure na some risk taking activities, sir. It doesn't mean jumping from a building. That and all not covered, sir. Here adventure means some kind of buying and selling only, which involves high risk. Okay, high kind of risk is involved na, then we call it as like adventure. Or wagering contracts are like betting or any other similar activity, whether or not for a monetary benefit. Whether or not for a monetary benefit. There may not be a monetary benefit, but still it could be called as what? Business only. Sir, if you see, when Geo was introduced, first 1.5 year they didn't even charge it. It's completely free. That 1.5 year, can we say like Geo didn't eat business? It didn't got any money, monetary form, but it got the subscriber base, which takes usually for a company 20-30 years to get that much of subscriber base. But that subscriber base, they got it only in 1 year because of that free plan and all. So there is no monetary benefit, but there is a non-monetary benefit. So trade, commerce, manufacture, profession or adventure, anything involved, but whether or not for a monetary benefit. And then to those above transactions, if any incidental transactions are there. So what Domino's will do usually? They'll sell pizza. That's their main business. But incidentally, they'll even do delivery. So those incidental delivery part is also called as business. Then third one, irrespective of volume, continuity, frequency. How many times you do, irrelevant. Even if you do it for one time also, it is relevant. Okay, examples are, you watch this movie, Nagarjuna and Karthi together acted. Upri. I don't know. So okay, there Karthi will do a paint. He'll make a painting there. Okay, he'll sell that painting to Nagarjuna. Will sell that painting to Prakash Raj. Okay, so he'll do some old paints and all, house-related paints and all. He'll put on it. Okay, and he'll sell it for them. And then later on, he feels himself like an artist and he'll do so many other paintings also. So let's say for him only, he sold one painting for 25 lakhs. Which is more than the registration limit. So he will be a registered person. It is a supply. It will become taxable. So now GST people came to Karthi and asking him to pay GST on that painting sale value. He is saying like I did only once. But still, irrespective of volume, how many times you do, how frequently you do, whether you continue it or not, it will be treated as business. Then admissions of a person into premises for a consideration. So a person will be allowed into premises only when he pays some consideration. Movie theaters, parks, theme parks. So where after paying entry fee only they will be allowed. So those kind of activities are also called as business. Then clubs, associations, societies providing facilities to members. So housing associations will be there. For all these apartments and all, there will be housing associations and all. These associations will collect money from their members in the name of maintenance or membership fee, and they will be providing services like power backup, water backup, or lift maintenance, pool maintenance, the common areas cleaning, security, all these services. That also will come under the definition of business. It's not just housing societies, any other kind of societies providing services to or goods to members, that amounts to business only. The last ones are even the transactions which were undertaken by government. So government will be issuing these birth certificates, death certificates, passports, visa. Those activities are also called as business. Okay. So business means trade, commerce, profession, occasion, adventure, wager or any other activity of similar nature. And even their incidental activities are also called as business. Irrespective of continuity, volume and frequency. Fourth one, associations, clubs providing services to their members. Entry to various events is also called as entry tickets collected. That is also called as business. Sixth one, transactions undertaken by government as a public authority, those are also called as business. So all these are called as business only. So now we are moving on to the definition of supply, section 7, supply. So supply section 7 has 3 parts. It will be discussed in 3 parts. First one, 7 subsection 1, 7 1a, okay, 7 subsection 1, 7 subsection 1a, and the third one is like 7 subsection 2, 3 parts. In the 7 subsection part, in different transactions or different scenarios, when can we call a transaction as supply? First of all, why we need to call or why need to discuss supply? Because supply is the triggering point for GST. To trigger GST, supply should have been happened. So what is called supply? Supply is a more elaborative term than that of sale. Sale means a mere purchase, a mere transfer of good with in exchange of money. That part is only covered. But supply is much more elaborative than that of sale. So even though that it may not be technically sale, but still it could be covered by supply. So they want much more coverage. That's why instead of sale, they are referring it as supply. Okay, but that is the triggering point for GST. So 3 parts. Under 7 subsection 1, will be identifying under different situations or different transactions when we can call it as a supply. Once it is supply, again we'll be classifying it as supply of good or supply of service. That is the role of 7 1a. Once you decided it as supply under 7 subsection 1, good or service also, then there comes 7 subsection 2. Okay, now if anything is mentioned under 7 subsection 2, you clear test 1, 7 subsection 1. You clear test 2, I mean classified as either good or service. But still, if you are covered under the transactions list of 7 subsection 2, then that is not a supply. I mean 7 subsection 2 is something like negative list. The transaction you did shouldn't be covered by 7 subsection 2. If it is covered by 7 subsection 2, it is not a supply. Okay. So first we are starting with 7 subsection 1. So now under 7 subsection 1, there are like subsections. Okay, 7 subsection 1 clauses. 7 subsection 1 clause A, clause B, clause A, clause AA, clause B, and even clause C. 4 subsections are there. 7 subsection 1 clause A is the general case. 99% of the usual regular transactions we see will fit into the supply definition based on the first clause only. 7 subsection 1 clause A. It tells 5 conditions to call any transaction as supply. First one, that transaction should be either a sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, lease, or disposal. Okay, the transaction should be any of this: sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, lease, rental, disposal. Now what is called sale? Sale means the usual buying, selling, which we see. Okay, then transfer. Transfer is also kind of sale only. Sir, then why they need to keep something separately transfer? Because in earlier VAT acts, some states refer to it as like sale, some states refer to it as like transfer. To avoid further litigations or again those debates and all, they included both. Sale is included, transfer is also included. Then the third one, barter. What is called barter, sir? Exchange of good and services. No money will be involved. I'll give rice, that fellow may give sugar. Okay, I may give apples, he may be giving me mangoes. It's okay, so that is such kind of, for the good I give, the other good and service I'll get will become the exact consideration. No other money is involved. Then that is called as barter. Fourth one, exchange. So there is a difference between barter and exchange. In exchange transactions, sir, the other good and service he is paying is a part consideration only. The other part is again money. So just like as like we exchange our old car and buy a new car. Now old car, he may value it for some 5 lakhs. But the new car is worth 20 lakhs. The other 15 lakhs I will be paying through money, right? So in exchange, a part is of again money. Then license. Telecom licenses to operate a telecom company. Mining licenses. Toll licenses. Those are called licenses. Then lease. lease, rent. Comparatively long term in nature na lease, short term in nature na rent. Then disposal. What does it mean by disposal? Means when you are usually selling fixed assets from your sir, when you sell goods from your business, you will credit P&L because sales will be created. Obviously, it will go to P&L. But you sell your plant and machinery, will it reflect in your P&L? You sold plant and machinery, it doesn't reflect in P&L because you will directly crediting it to the plant and machinery. But still, it is a sale now. It also has to be covered under GST. So you may think like sale means only the sales which were credited in the sales account of your books of accounts. That's why they even additionally included if any plant and machinery sold, furniture sold, or your business as a whole is sold. Okay, those are also sale only. Here GST purpose na sale means not what you created into sales ledger. Whatever you sell, either it has scrap, either it has like anything. Okay, if you sell either raw material or your finished goods or stock in trade or any other goods, everything will be covered under the disposal. So, okay, sir, sale na stock sale. I mean, usually when you sell stock, that is a normal sale. Assets you sell na, it is called as disposal. Okay, that's why both has been covered. So supply includes sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, lease, rental, disposal. Okay, out of these, one activity should have been done. The person who is doing that activity should be a taxable person. Now, who is called taxable person? We already discussed. Person registered or who has the necessity to register. That person should have did these activities. For a consideration, you should get consideration. And then this transaction should be related to goods, services or both and in the ordinary course of business. And it should be in the ordinary course of business. So there is a cost accountant. He sold an air conditioner from his office. Air conditioner sold. Cost accountant filing, into tax consultancy registered under GST. There is a sale. Taxable person. Old AC sold for 5,000. There is a consideration. Either old or new, AC is a good. Fits into the definition of good. And the AC is connected to his business. All the conditions are satisfied. It is a supply. Now the same cost accountant sold a old washing machine from his house. Okay. Now again sale happened. He is registered person also. Third one, washing machine good only. He got 3,000 rupees consideration only. Fifth one, not related to business. That's why it is not a supply. So to call it as supply, 5 conditions has to be satisfied. Sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, lease, rental. 1 point only. Taxable person, for a consideration, goods, services are both in the course or furtherance of business. Now you can list out any transactions which you see day to day. It fits here. Transportation. Okay, transportation is a service. Then second one, sir, for a consideration, you are paying money. Third one, bus ticket or like any auto if you are paying like bus ticket is the fare is there. So consideration is there. Transportation is a service. Second one. Sale of service is there. Third one, sale. Fourth one, taxable person. If they are registered na, taxable person. Fifth one, their business itself is transportation. Then it will become supply. Okay. You go to a restaurant, satisfies all the conditions. You paid coaching fees to BCCA, satisfies all these conditions. So all these conditions will usually be, for all the regular transactions, 7 subsection 1 clause A only. Then 7 subsection 1 clause A. Actually this subsection is not there initially and it doesn't need it also, but why it has been placed means there is a high court decision given, sir, which was an unexpected high court decision. So the government didn't felt like that definition is in line with the GST what they are thinking. So to nullify that high court decision and to make us clear this is our view, they have introduced 7 subsection 1 clause A. So understand, sir, with this example you will understand. There is an association, sir. There is an association. This association having 1,000 members. Now all these 1,000 members, like since Diwali is approaching, they thought like if they buy individually crackers, they are spending so much of money. So they thought like we'll pool money. Since all the 1,000 members are into lighting those crackers. So 1,000 members thought like everybody will give 2,000. Now association will have 20 lakhs. Now with this 20 lakhs, association will go directly to Shivakasi, where it will buy a load of crackers and bring them so that they'll get at a cheap price. So now association went to Shivakasi and purchased a truck full of crackers. Now those crackers are again distributed to the members. So for each and every member, they have been distributed. Okay, so this is the transaction. Now AOP giving crackers to members, and for members their share of expense 2000 is being collected. Now this transaction is supply or not is the question. Usually we think like what? It is a supply only, because they are giving crackers, members are paying money, that amounts to what? Supply only. But because for their overall benefit, instead of paying from a different one, they as a group they purchased and then they paid their individual shares. Normally seeing like it's a supply only. But what happened means AOP and members are sometimes treated as the one and the same entity only, not as like two different persons. Not for the sake of GST, sir. Under different purposes, AOP and members or firm and partners are treated as one and the same, which we call it as like principle of mutuality. Principle of mutuality means, in general sense, we'll see like firm is different, partners is different, AOP is different, members are different. But there are some places where firm and partners are treated as one entity only, or AOP and members are treated as one person only, which we call it as like principle of mutuality. Now, a particular high court in an issue, it has invoked that principle of mutuality concept and said like AOP giving crackers and taking 2000 is like principle of mutuality only. So AOP and members are one and the same. So when you are giving goods to you and taking money from you, then it is not a supply. Such kind of interpretation is made by a high court. Now council is not convinced with such kind of explanations. They wanted to nullify that principle of mutuality role, and that's why they clearly said like carrying activities or transactions with its members for cash or deferred payment is always a supply. So now there is no chance of any litigation. It is crystal clear now. So they don't want to interpret by linking those principle of mutuality and all. Even though there is principle of mutuality, but still it is what? Supply only. Then 7 subsection 1 clause B. Import of services for a consideration. Sir, understand, import of goods only covered by Customs Act. Import of service not covered by Customs. GST Act covers both goods and services. Customs covers only goods. Customs Act does not cover any service. That's why import of service is also covered under GST Act only. So if there is any import of service, okay, import of service and for a consideration, then it is supply. You need not to check whether it is related to business or not. It will amount to supply. Sir, to construct my house, I want some architect service. So I took an architect service from London. Now from UK, he provided service to me and I paid him some £1,000. So I paid consideration and there is a service. Now need not to bother about whether it is business related or personal related. It amounts to supply. Import of service for a consideration is always supply, irrespective of whether it is in the course or furtherance of business. Understand, sir? Now, with respect to this import of service, sir, there is some exemptions also. See, import of, next page, sir. You'll go to the next page, you will find out. Import of service, if there is for a consideration, even though it is in the course or furtherance of business, it is supply. Even it is not in the course or furtherance of business, it is supply only. But if the recipient, I mean importer, is a government, I mean the service is taken by government or by a charitable entity or by individual or by an individual, then such supply is exempted. If that supply is what? Exempted. Sir, I took architect services for construction of my house. So I got an import of service. I paid £1,000 import of service for a consideration, but not for the course of business, and I am an individual. Hence it is supply, but it is exempted. Understand, sir? Supply is different, exempted is different. So the stages are like, first we'll decide whether it is a good or service. Once we conclude it is a good or service, then we'll decide about supply. Once we decide about supply, then we'll go to exemption. So here, import of service, like for my construction of my house, I took architect service. That is a supply, that is a service first, that is a supply also, but third one, it is even exempted. So understand, sir, import of service, no consideration is there, but not in the course or furtherance of business. And then the recipient is either government or charitable entity or an individual, then in that case it is exempted. So that's why here this is exempted. And one more thing, sir, such exemption is not available to OIDR service. Now the next question is, what is called OIDR service? OIDR service means online information data access and retrieval service. Online information data access and retrieval services. So OIDR services, and the second one is like e-commerce operator. All the mobile applications in our phone will either fit into e-commerce operators or either fit into OIDR. If there involves some kind of physical activity involved, then that is called as eco related. Others all, everything, the whole service can be provided within online only. Then those are called OIDR service. Sir, does Google provides any physical kind of service for us? Whatever you ask, will it come physically and search for you? Okay, in Google search, you can only search any web related information. If you lost house key, then you cannot search in Google. Okay, Google search cannot help you in that place, right? So Google search cannot provide any service physically. Okay, only online. Through online, it could provide any information or data access or retrieval kind of services. OIDR, all these AI applications, ChatGPT, Perplexity, from 3-4 days this Gemini, Google Gemini is being trending. All these are like OIDR services. Gaming apps, online gaming apps, social media apps, and then OTT apps. All these will fit into the OIDR services. Eco, let's say, sir, Rapido, through Rapido you booked a ride, but there involves some physical kind of activity there. You just assigning a rider there. I mean the captain there. Now that captain has to come physically to transport you. You cannot just sit on your mobile. If you just sit on your mobile, you cannot be transported, right? So some kind of physical activity is needed. Book my show, you booked a ticket. Netflix, you are watching a movie. Everything online only. Physical, nothing is needed. But book my show, you booked a ticket. Again, you need to go to a theater there. One person has to exhibit a movie there. So that is e-commerce operator. Amazon, you ordered goods. Zepto, you ordered goods. All these will come under the e-commerce operator, where physical activity is also. So the service or supply of good does not complete just in the online. Physical activity is also needed. E-commerce operator. Everything online only. Okay, OIDR service. See, definition, sir. Service which delivery is mandated by IT or internet or electronic network. Such service is delivered or provided completely through what? Electronic network. And in those services, the human intervention is the nature of service essentially makes it automated with minimal human intervention. With minimal human intervention. So what does it mean, sir? Now Netflix, if I wanted to play a movie, it gets played automatically. There wouldn't be someone back there sitting in Netflix office. If I ask like something like if I want to see RRR movie, and then it gets automatically played. There will not be someone else there in the back office who will be putting that CD or DVD, then it getting played to me. There is no such kind of physical thing involved. So nature of service essentially makes it automated with minimal human intervention. And then impossible to provide such service in the absence of IT. Sir, even before internet, there is Amazon kind of services. Delivery of goods and all. There will be a toll-free number where you will call and then they will take order and they will be delivering the goods. Even Ola Uber is also there before internet. There will be again a toll-free number. You will call to that number. They will assign a cab for you and they will send the cab for you. Okay, so those services can be provided even without internet. But Google related, these AI tools related, photo editing, video editing, social media, all these apps we can't even expect without internet. Okay, so online information, data access and retrieval services, na, these things, OTT platforms, gaming apps, social media platforms, etc. Now, sir, where it started first? Import of import of service for a consideration is supply, whether it is for business or not. Okay, supply. Second thing, import of a service for a consideration, if it is business related, na, supply only, taxable only. Not a business related, na, it is supply. But if it is imported by government, charitable entity or individual, even though it's supply, then it becomes exempted. However, exemption is not applicable to OIDR service. That's why we discussed about OIDR service. Now going back, sir, again to the 7 subsection 1. 4 points are 3 points completed. One is the general conditions. Second one, that AOP providing services to or goods to members. Third one, import of services. Those are the fourth one. Fourth one is something which was there or introduced into taxation parts only from GST part. Okay, only from the time they introduced GST. What 7 subsection 1 clause C says means, usually to tax any transaction till 2017, they took consideration is one of the key point, or the major point is consideration only. But GST said, like, even though there is no consideration, still it could be called as supply. So those transactions which could be treated as supply, even though there is no consideration, are listed out under 7 subsection 1 clause C. A separate list has been given as an annexure, which we call it as like schedule 1. Now schedule 1 consists of 4 transactions which would be treated as supply even though there is no consideration. First one, sir. Supply of goods between principal and agent is a supply even though there is no consideration. Sir, principal supplied goods to agent, agent supplied goods to customer. So this is on some consignment basis, sir. I mean like what here? Principal will just give goods to agent. Agent will not pay any money, no. Okay, so agent has the stock of principal, but he is not paid any money to the principal. So principal sent goods to agent, and then agent is sending goods to selling goods to customer. If agent is acting like what, when a customer comes, he just shows the goods, the billing, everything is made by principal. Then agent, even though we are referring him as agent, he is just playing as like a storekeeper role. Whoever the customer comes, he is just showing the goods. Billing has to be made, na? He'll call principal and tell. Bill will be made by principal only. So who is the one concluding the contract? Principal only. So in that case, will not, even though we are referring as agent, there is no principal and agent relationship. The supply is only between the customer and the main principal. But whereas, if principal sends goods to agent, agent delivers or provides those goods to customer. If customer bill has to be given, na, if that bill to the customer is raised by agent, then agent is taking an individual responsibility by raising invoice on his name. And then since agent is raising invoice to the customer, on sending goods, principal will raise an invoice in the name of agent. Where there are separate invoices between principal agent and agent customer, then between principal agent it is a supply even though no money flowed. From principal to agent, no money flowed as of now. But still, invoice raised, na, it has to be treated as supply. Understand, sir? If no invoice raised, then you don't treat them as like supply. This is the first point, sir. The first point about schedule 1 is like where between principal and agent, such transaction to be treated as supply or not between principal and agent. The condition is like where there are any transfer of goods between principal and agent, it amounts to supply even though there is no consideration. Deciding factor is invoice. See. However, invoice is the determining factor. If there is an invoice between them, then supply. No invoice raised, na, not a supply. Then about this declaratory agent, sir. Okay. Sir, understand here. We already discussed about the concept of interest and discount. When bank or any person charges interest or discount, that is exempted. But the next example, there is a car showroom which sold car on hire purchase basis. Now, actually the cash price of car is only 20 lakhs. Since it is under hire purchase, they are selling it for what price, sir? 25 lakhs. Now the difference between cash price and hire purchase price, 20 and 25 lakhs, that is called as what? Interest. Interest is what usually exempted from GST, but here it is not exempted. Why? Because in this hire purchase transaction, they are not charging interest alone. They are selling car. Along with selling car, they are even earning interest. So interest is an incidental activity. Selling car is a principal activity. Now composite supply logic will come. When bundle of goods and services are offered and such bundling is natural, if one of them element is a principal supply, then the whole bundle is taxable at the rate of principal supply. So here car and interest are bundled. Car and extension of credit service is like bundled. Even though interest individually exempted, sale of car is the principal supply which is taxable. So the tax rate applicable on car is leviable on both car value as well as interest value. Sir, this example is just to tell you, individually loan transaction, interest will become exempted. But if it is extension of credit only bundled with some other good or service, then interest is becoming incidental. Since principal activity is taxable, interest incidental activity is also getting taxed. Okay, this is the. Now based on this, sir, declaratory agent clarification. What this clarification says mean, sir, second chapter till supply chapter completion, you feel like heavy only. Because the whole supply chapter, they will be giving lot many clarifications. Already we linked with clarifications. So lot many clarifications will be there. We cannot conclude the concepts like 1 hour, 1.5 hours. We cannot conclude them. It takes more time only. But once first 2 chapters you could listen properly, the other chapters will become easy. Because the major base will come from here only. You could interlink all of them easily. Declaratory agent. So regular class like supply chapter will take around 8 to 9 classes minimum. That means like 18 to around 16 to 18 hours it takes. So that much concept will be there. So it takes here for us like some 3.5 hours, 4 hours for supply chapter. But still, it's the base for other chapters, so you could spend that time. What? This part, I'm not saying like if you are feeling heavy with this amount of clarification, that's why I'm saying like, okay, this is needed like this 3-4 hours at least. Okay, you feel like knowing already because supply means you might be learning from inter level onwards now. So you might be feeling a little bit learned, but these connections and all, think it as like a brush up only so that the others you'll get or you'll understand much more quickly. Okay, problem. See, if you feel bored, tell Ganesh will sing a song. That too in Tamil. Or else Kokila is there. Her name itself is Kokila. You should sing. Why they named you like, your parents named you Kokila, you should sing like. In Tamil also Kokila is like, then, okay, in Telugu now Kokila means a bird with some sweet voice and all. Okay, so they're representing that bird only, they kept name for you. So your name is like Kirtana. See again, your name is also in sync. Delecratory agent. Sir, usually an agent means he sells or buys goods on behalf of some other person. But this delecratory agent, he not just sells and goods on behalf of other person. He only will accept the credit risk. Example, sir, there is MRF company in Chennai. Okay. It sends tires to the agent who is there in a remote place. Let's say there's a place called Vellore, which is a town, small kind of town. There an agent is located. Now from here MRF company sent tires to Vellore. Now a customer came in Vellore who is known to that agent. MRF company doesn't know him. Now that customer is asking credit with that agent. Obviously principal will say no because he doesn't know that agent face to face. That's why the credit risk is being bared by agent. So agent said like, I'll be responsible for this payment and he is accepting the credit risk. Let's say the purchase of tires is usually at 1 lakh. Since agent is bearing the credit risk, he is selling for 1,10,000. Usual price is 1 lakh, but he is having extra risk na credit risk. That's why he is selling for 1,10,000. Now see sir, principal sent goods to DCA. DCA supplying goods to customer. Additionally, he is even providing what? Credit extension also. He is providing credit extension also. Now, again two scenarios sir, linking with the previous principal and agent relationship. If principal raised invoice directly to the customer, then the supply is between principal and customer. Now, this agent is only providing extension of credit because goods are considered as supplied by principal. Sir, if you refer the first one, if invoice is raised directly by principal now, whom you will consider as supplying? Principal only. Here also, agent is providing the credit extension and all, but invoice is raised directly by the principal now. Since invoice is raised directly by the principal, the goods will be considered as supplied directly by the principal. Now agent just providing credit extension. So that means his individual supply is like credit extension. So now interest, if it is an individual supply, exempted. When it is bundled with goods, then it is taxable. Here agent getting interest income, but we are assuming like the goods are supplied by principal. So principal to customer goods value taxable, agent to customer interest part not taxable or exempted. Whereas other case, principal raises invoice in the name of agent, agent raises invoice in the name of customer. Since there is separate invoices between principal and agent, it is supply. Agent to customer also there is goods supply. Along with goods supply, agent now even provided credit extension also. Now credit extension is not an individual activity, it is bundled with goods. And goods is the principal supply. Tax rate applicable on goods is even applicable on interest part also. That is the concept which we need to discuss here. You could see here sir, situation 2. Principal to DCA, goods is there, invoice is there, supply. Whereas delecratory commission agent to customer, goods is there, invoice is there, and even extension of credit is also there. So there is a supply of good and there is a supply of service. And both these are bundled. Hence, interest also becomes taxable because the principal supply good is being taxed. Okay. This is about the delecratory agent. So with respect to schedule 1 sir, we have discussed one transaction where principal transfers any goods to agent. Even though there is no consideration, it amounts to supply. Next, second one sir. Supply of goods, services or both between related persons and distinct persons amounts to supply even though there is no consideration. Supply of goods, services or both between related persons and distinct persons amounts to supply even though there is no consideration. See sir, Hyderabad branch is a car showroom and there is a car showroom even in Vijayawada also. Hyderabad is in Telangana, Vijayawada is in Andhra Pradesh. Now, since a customer came to Vijayawada branch and asked a specific model car, and that car is not there in Vijayawada, so they called their Hyderabad branch and asked them to send the car to Vijayawada branch. Now, from one branch to another branch, there is a stock transfer. There may not be consideration, but still it is what? Supply. So, supply of goods, services or both between related persons and distinct persons amounts to supply even though there is no consideration. Sir, why it is treated now? Sir, first initially car is purchased by whom? Hyderabad branch. That means the destination is Hyderabad. So, tax went to Telangana state. Then the car is moved from Telangana Hyderabad branch to where? Vijayawada branch. Just because there is no consideration, if it is not taxed, means the tax will remain with Telangana state only. But ultimately the car is being used where? Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. That means the consuming or the buying state is Vijayawada. Revenue should usually come to Vijayawada state. But because there is no consideration, if you leave, the revenue is not getting transferred. That's why even there is no consideration when the car is moved from one branch to another branch, it amounts to supply only. When it is supply, again you levy tax. So whatever is the revenue which was initially went to Telangana government will get reversed and transferred to Andhra Pradesh, so that the revenue will go to Andhra Pradesh. To make sure that revenue transfers happen, they said like, even though there is a transfer of goods between related persons and distinct persons without a consideration, it amounts to supply. Then there is a proviso here. Proviso means exception. What is a proviso? Where employer gives any gift to employee. Where an employer gives any gift to employee. And that gift is without gift, usually with consideration, without consideration. Then only it is called as gift. Okay. Employer gives gift. You cannot put COD and say him as like gift. Employer gives gift to employee without consideration. And thus gifts aggregate value in a financial year is greater than or equal to less than or equal to 50,000 per employee, then it is not a supply. Sir, if you take this rule literally, first one, between related persons, any goods are given without consideration, supply. Now one company, sir, Dasra, Diwali or any festival time, they'll give sweet packets to employee. Goods given by employer to employee freely. That also amounts to supply only. Because employer-employee, related persons, transfer of goods without consideration amounts to supply. But that feels like it's okay, pointless, because on every small gift given also, if you levy GST, it is meaningless. That's why within the case of employer and employee, they put a limit of 50,000. Up to 50,000, how many ever gifts you give aggregately in a financial year, no problem. Once it exceeds 50,000, then the aggregate value is taxable. So see here, where employer gives to employee without a consideration, then the aggregate value in a financial year is less than or equal to 50,000 per employee, then it is not a supply. Where amount exceeds 50,000, then the total value is supply. Okay. Now here one more clarification, sir, related to this. Between two branches, goods are transferred, it amounts to supply or not? Now from from the Southern Railways, Chennai, a train has been sent from here to Delhi. Train is a good or not? Mobile property. Train is a mobile property, not money, not security. So it is also good. Every day, some 20-30 trains will be going from Chennai to Delhi. Assume train value 10 crores. Every time it goes from Chennai to, because the railway station in Tamil Nadu is a different person. The railway station again in Delhi is a different person, because two different states. Okay. Now every day the trains are moving from one place to another. That means every time on the train value you need to levy GST. Or else like there is a travels where they will be sending buses from one place to another place every day. I mean one branch to another branch every day their buses are moving. Bus is also good. That means every time on bus value they need to levy GST. So that's why, I mean, their intention is not to levy these buses and all. Their intention is like, in the first example I said, when Hyderabad branch to Vijayawada branch car is transferred, if it is not taxed, the revenue remains with Hyderabad only. To transfer the revenue to Andhra Pradesh government, it has to be taxed even though there is no consideration. But here, because of that logic, even this bus values or truck values and even this train values has to be taxed everyday basis. That's why they clarified saying like, any conveyance, I mean any of this conveyance engaged in transportation of goods and passengers, when they are moving from one person to another, it is not a supply. Okay. But when it could be treated as supply, you sent your bus from Chennai to Bangalore, not for passenger transportation, to sell the bus in the Bangalore itself, for making further supply, then it has to be treated as supply. Okay, even though there is no consideration, you sent your bus from here to there, it has to be treated as supply. You sent for repairs, then only to the extent of repair value you treat it as supply. See here, sir, interstate movement of conveyance like bus, train, truck, etc. If they are sent for carrying goods and passengers, not a supply. If they are sent for repairs, to the extent of repair value treated as supply. If they are sent for selling there or disposing there, then the full value of bus you will be taxing, or train or any other conveyance. Conveyance means it could be a bus, or train, or truck, aircraft, all those. Then another one in the schedule 1, sir. Permanent transfer or disposal of business assets on which ITC has been claimed amounts to supply even though there is no consideration. I mean, you are permanently giving something or disposing something, but on that initially you claimed ITC. Okay, then it amounts to supply. First understand, sir. What is the reason for giving ITC? To avoid double taxation. What is double taxation here? On purchase, already one time taxed. On sale, if again it is getting taxed, 2 times it's taxing, double taxing. To eliminate double taxing, whatever I paid at the time of purchase is eligible to set off. So the excess alone you are paying. Now, I purchased a AC for my office, aircraft for my, air conditioner for my office. Now on this air conditioner, I availed ITC. Once I availed ITC, I should use this air conditioner for my office purpose only. But then that air conditioner I donated to a trust. AC, saying like I use it for business, I claimed ITC. But am I using it for business? Or else like I own an electronic shop, sir. I purchased, look at this example only, you'll understand. Rajesh Electronics. What Rajesh Electronics did? He purchased some 10 TVs. Rajesh Electronic purchased 10 TVs. On this 10 TVs, Rajesh Electronics ITC also claimed. It purchased 10 TVs to sell in their store. They purchased 10 TVs. On all the 10 TVs related, ITC has been claimed. But of all those 10 TVs, 1 TV he donated to an orphanage home. Second one, gifted, friend marriage, gifted. Third TV, he transferred to his residence. Okay, 2 TVs has been theft. 1 TV damaged by rats. So balance 4 TVs only he sold. So out of 10 TVs, how many are actually taxed afterwards, sir? 4 only. So only on 4 TVs there is double taxation. At the time of purchase is there, at the time of sale is there. So double taxation is for 4 TVs only. You should take ITC only for 4 TVs. But you already claimed ITC on all the 10 TVs. Now for the other 6 TVs, you should actually reverse the ITC. But instead of reversing ITC, what they are saying means pay tax on them also. So if you pay tax on them, there is double taxation, so that it will be justified to give ITC. That is the logic here. Permanent transfer. Permanent transfer means what, sir? Sir, you gifted to someone. Afterwards, if you have a fight with them, you cannot ask them to give back my gift and all. You are not third class kid. Okay, on your birthday, you might have given 4 chocolates to your friend. After 5 days, he is sitting in some other person's bench. So then you are saying like, I given you 4 chocolates. Okay, now you are not in my team. You give back my. All this you can do only when you are kids. Now you cannot do that. You cannot ask back once it is already given as gift. So okay, if it is given as gift or donated, theft, damaged, they are either disposed or permanently removed from business. But you claimed ITC, assuming they will be used for business. But since they are not using for business, you should not actually avail ITC. But instead of reversing ITC, they are saying like pay again tax. Then there will be double taxation. Giving ITC will get justified. Okay. So permanent transfer or disposal of business assets on which ITC claim amounts to supply even though there is no consideration. The last 4th point is there, sir, under schedule 1. Import. Okay. Here, sir, import of services. Import of services. You import service. There is no consideration from your brother. Okay. Import of service. There is consideration. Now always supply. 7 subsection 1b said like import of service for a consideration, it amounts to supply. We are under import of service when there is no consideration. No consideration also still it could be called as supply, provided 2 conditions has to be satisfied. What are those? First one, it should be from a related person and then in the course or furtherance of business. Sir, I took lawyer service from my brother who is there in UK. He provided me legal service. If he provided me legal service, and since he is my brother, I didn't pay any consideration, without consideration. The legal service he given is regarding to a property dispute I am having. So property dispute, sir, that also maybe with some of my cousins I am having some property dispute. So if that is the case, it's not related to business. So then the legal service is given is not related to business, not a supply. He given legal service, no consideration paid. We both are related persons only. Sorry sir. If he is my brother and he is a lawyer, then we both are not related persons. Let me take another example. Let's say my wife is there in UK and she is lawyer practicing there, and she given me legal service to me. And when she given legal service to me, without consideration, okay, without consideration, wife given legal service to husband, and such service is for his business issue, related to business, no consideration from a related person, all the conditions satisfied, it amounts to supply. Even though there is no consideration, it should be related to business from a related person. Both the conditions has to be satisfied to call it as a supply. If there is consideration, don't think all this, it amounts to supply. Import of service with consideration, always supply. But if it is other than for business purpose and by government, individual, charitable entity, then it is exempted. Okay. So now to sum up, sir, 7 subsection 1 clause C, schedule 1, transactions which are treated as supply even though there is no consideration. 4 points are there. First one, principal to agent or agent to principal. No consideration. Goods transferred, but still it amounts to supply. The determining factor is invoice. Second one, transfer of goods and services between related persons and distinct persons. No consideration, but still it amounts to supply. There is a proviso there. What is the proviso? If they are employer and employee, only when the value exceeds 50,000, it is supply aggregately. Otherwise, it is not a supply. Third one, permanent transfer or disposal of business assets. On them, ITC claimed initially, then subsequent permanent transfer and disposal amounts to supply. Fourth one, import of service. No consideration, but supplier and recipient are related and it is in the course or furtherance of business, then it is called as supply. So now all these situations which we have discussed till now are different transactions where we can call them as supply. Okay. Then the next part would be easy, sir, for us. 7.1a. What does it say? Like, since you already decided something as supply, now you will decide whether it is supply of good or supply of service. How do you decide something, a transaction of supply of good or supply of service? Sir, you can easily tell. You went to DMart and purchased some goods. Sorry, I am only saying goods now. So you purchase some groceries, chocolates, soap or something. Obviously it is what? Goods only. From BCCA you took classes. Good or service? So some things by understanding or by listening to itself you can understand. But here they are making some kind of clarity, sir. First one, where the ownership or title is transferred, then it is supply of good. Ownership and title is transferred, then it is supply of good. Where only possession is transferred, you have only the right to use goods, owner you are not. Okay, then possession only transferred, then that is like renting or leasing. It amounts to what? Supply of service only. Okay. Then composite supplies. Composite supplies now which involves both good and service. Works contracts, sir, it involves both good and service, but still it would be treated as supply of service only. Restaurants. So restaurants also, they'll involve both good and service. They'll not just provide you the food, they'll sell you the ambience also. Okay, the ambience, how do they, the service they do, all this is involved. So restaurants, the main thing is what? Supply of service. Okay. And then ice cream parlors, bakeries are not treated as restaurants. So the food they sell will be treated as sale of goods only. Then intangibles. Intangibles, if they are like pre-packed softwares, then they would be treated as like supply of goods. Pre-packed software, these days pre-packed softwares are not there, sir. But back 5 years, 10 years back, all these applications are sold by way of a CD or by way of some kind of pen drive or cassettes. If you want Microsoft OS, there will be a CD will be there which you need to load it. Or antivirus software you need to buy, there will be again into a CD kind of, any gaming softwares, all that. So they were loaded into a CD or hard disk or floppy something, and that would be sold. Then some kind of tangibility is there now, it is called as goods. Nowadays we are everything downloading from web only or online only, from applications and everything. Those are services only. And then if any franchise is given, development of software is there, patent is there, all these are what? Supply of service only. So goods, how do you categorize them as, a supplier, how do you categorize them as good and service? Na? Ownership transferred, goods. Ownership not transferred, service only. Composite supplies like works contract and restaurants, always service only. And then softwares and intangibles related, where they were like kept into a media and sold, goods. They were just downloaded from the web and all, or else like any franchise given, development of software is given, all those has to be treated as supply of service. Then we are into the last part, sir. So under 7 subsection 1, we categorized a transaction as supply. Then 7.1a, we decided whether it is like good or service. Then we are into 7 subsection 2. 7 subsection 2 along with schedule 3. Schedule 2 is about, sir, this one. Sir, here make a correction in your workbook, sir. 7.1a plus schedule 3, it is written mistakenly. It is like schedule 2. Schedule 2 helps us in deciding whether a supply is supply of good or supply of service. 7.1a and schedule 2 it is. It's not schedule 3. Now under 7 subsection 2, sir, we are going to discuss the negative list. Negative list is given under schedule 3, but by using the powers under 7 subsection 2. So 7 subsection 2 is having the power like bakeries and restaurants. Okay, this is a simple point only, sir. Restaurants has to be treated as supply of service, because restaurants usually provide the serving, the ambience, all those will be provided. So restaurants are usually treated as like what? Supply of service. But whereas bakeries and ice cream parlors, the major thing is good only, not the ambience and all. So that's why they will be treated as supply of good. Predominant thing. What is the predominant thing based on that? Okay. Then we are into negative list. Okay. Negative list. So this negative list only has 2 or 3 amendments, sir, from June attempt only. But June attempt they didn't tested them. Okay. So now in the current amendments material they released also, those are covered again. So we already included here only. So that part again we'll be discussing. Schedule 3 consists of list of items and which are treated as neither supply of goods nor supply of service. First one, funeral, burial, crematorium services including transportation of the deceased. That means they are afraid of, like, people may say like even GST is levied on death also. That's why they excluded that part. Okay, like funeral, burial, cremation, mortuary services on them, those are not even treated as supply. There may involve consideration, there may be service, all the conditions might be there, but still funeral, burial, crematorium, transportation of deceased are not a supply of good or even supply of service. Next one, sale of land and building. Sir, sale of land and building, why they are covered? Sale of land and building, even though not covered under the definition of good, they are covered under the definition of service. So they may become supply, but they are clarifying here what? With respect to land and building, where the entire consideration is wholly or received before completion. The next one is like entire consideration received after completion. So now let's say this building is being sold, the current building where we are taking classes. Cut out remote లేదా దానికి ఇంకొంచెం ఇది కావాలి. ఓకే, అప్పుడు ఇది రావాలి ఇంకా. వదిలేదు, అది కవర్ అవుతుంది మళ్ళీ సరిపోతుంది. Then sale of land and building. With respect to sale of land and building, so this building is a completed building. If this building is sold now, the consideration obviously is received after completion or before completion. This is already completed. The entire consideration is received after completion. So this sale of building is not a supply. Okay, not a supply covered by Schedule 3. Whereas where there is a venture, I mean some apartments are going to be constructed, they just laid the foundation, but they are taking bookings. Okay, so where there you went and you took a flat in the 4th floor and paid 10 lakhs advance also. Now the consideration is paid before completion. When the consideration is paid before completion, the amount would be considered as paid for works contract. I mean they are constructing on behalf of you. Okay, since they are constructing on behalf of you, it becomes a works contract which involves both supply of good and service. It amounts to supply of service and then taxable. So with respect to land and building, consideration when it is received is the key. Where the entire consideration is received after completion, not a supply. Where either wholly or partly the consideration is received before completion, then it is supply of service. Okay, then third one, actionable claims. Actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. That means specified actionable claims are supply only. Sir, already negative list means what? Not a supply. You are telling for negative list you are telling others, I mean exclusions. For negative list to exclusions, then they will become inclusions to the supply. So actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. That means specified actionable claims will become supply. Other than specified actionable claims will become not a supply. So specified actionable claims means what? Betting, gambling, casinos, horse racing, lottery, online money gaming, all these are like supplies only. Other than actionable claims, bills of exchange, promissory note, checks, those are like other actionable claims which are not supply. Then functions performed by MPs, MLAs, members of local authorities, panchayats, etc. So all these public representatives will get some amount as salary. Okay, but we cannot call that as salary because there is no employer and employee relationship. So the consideration they are getting will fit into the definition of supply. That's why they clearly excluding like the amount received by these MPs, MLAs, local authorities or those people, public representatives, that is not a supply covered by Schedule 3. Fifth one, services provided by employee to employer and the consideration is in the form of salary, then also it is not a supply. Other than employment related, if he provides anything else, then it comes under supply. So let's say, sir, I've been appointed by a company where my role is like to look after a particular branch as a manager. Okay, now as a manager, whatever the job role is there, that services I am being providing. Since I know other filing services and all, I spoke to my boss and said like, GST filings and all we are giving it to some consultant and he is charging 10,000 per month. Give that 10,000 also to me only. I will only do the GST filings and all. Now other than salary, I am getting this extra 10,000. This extra 10,000 is not a part of employment. So to that extent of 10,000, it is supply of service only. For my employee services, if any consideration is paid as salary, that is not a supply. If any extra thing like GST returns I filed, that is on P2P basis. So since it is principal to principal basis, that is not a, that is a supply. Then services provided by court, tribunal, any Supreme Court, court or tribunal. Sir, if you may file a petition in court and all, court also to accept the petition, some charges you need to pay. It may be less, but still there is some amount of consideration, right? So the services provided by courts and tribunals are not a supply. Then seventh one, sir, a simple one only. So in the last 1 year, actually, they did so many amendments related to insurance sector. One among them is like, sir, here there is a policy holder who pays premium. A policy holder paid premium. But okay, now insurance company is providing service of what? Covering the risk. Okay, this let's say Reliance Industries Limited, which is having one of the largest crude oil refineries. They are having one of the largest refineries where crude oil will be refined into petrol, diesel, all these things. Now Reliance Industries, for their refineries, they took insurance. Okay, these refineries, sir, if at all one small fire accident happen now, everything will go on blast. Okay, because petrol, crude oils are involved, right? So now this Reliance Industries Limited is valuing some 1 lakh crores. The whole factory worth itself is some 1 lakh crores. Now for that, one insurance company is giving insurance. How much risk is that to insurance company? If at all an accident happened, that then this insurance company will become bankrupt. If everything has to be settled by the same insurance company. So they need to diversify the risk. Then what they can do, they will act as a lead insurance. That means they along with a group of insurance companies are covering the risk, not alone. But let's say the insurance company is something like HDFC is the lead insurer. HDFC plays active role, but it does not accept the whole risk. Let's say 40% risk belongs to HDFC. The other 60% is shared by Axis Insurance and even by ICICI Insurance also. So all the three together insuring Reliance Industry Limited. 40% HDFC, 30 by Axis and ICICI. Now, this Reliance Industries Limited, sir, every year it is paying some 3,000 crores as insurance premium. Assume 3,000 crores as insurance premium paid. Once this is collected, HDFC being the lead insurer, it paid GST on this 3,000 crores. Okay. Now, this 3,000 crores premium will not be taken completely by HDFC because the other two are there which are even accepting risk. So out of this, the insurance premium is shared with the co-insurers. Okay, who is taking active role is called as lead insurers. The other sleeping partner kind of are all called as co-insurers. So now to the co-insurers again 30 and 30 na 900 crores to Axis and 900 crores to ICICI has been given. Now when they are distributing the premium to those two companies, again it has to be treated as supply and taxable. Understand, sir? Policy, I mean the actual policy holder paid 3000 crores. HDFC paid GST. Fine. Now HDFC again sharing the premium with the other two. Again on sharing also it amounts to supply or not. Previously it was treated as supply and used to be taxed. Now the amendment said like that is not even a supply. Okay. So see here, sir. Activity of apportionment of co-insurance premium by the lead insurer to the co-insurer, for the insurance services jointly supplied, okay, jointly supplied is covered under negative list. However, subject to the condition that lead insurer has paid the applicable CGST, SGST and even IGST, then it is covered by negative list. Understand, sir? The activity of sharing premium by lead insurer to the co-insurers, okay, is not a supply provided lead insurer pays the applicable GST and all to the government. First one. Then second one, similar to that only, there is something called reinsurance. What is called reinsurance, sir? Insurance company first given policies. Now because of giving this many policies, this insurance company is having risk. Now this insurance company will take insurance from some other company which we call it as reinsurance. The reinsurance premium paid is not a supply. Okay. See, policy holder pays premium to insurance company for covering insurance risk. This is supply. Now insurance company pay reinsurance premium and reinsurer now will accept a share of risk. Then that is not a supply. Okay. Sir, these were amendments made in Finance Act 2. Finance Act 2 in 2020-24 when they introduced these amendments has been made. But there is a question. In the previous period and all, already people might have paid taxes assuming them as supply. Now what is the problem? As it is where it is. If you already paid tax, then that is gone only. Nothing you will get back. If you didn't pay previously taxes, then no action will be taken against you also. Okay? No demand things or no assessments, nothing. If you didn't pay, we'll leave you like that only. If you already paid, you also leave like that only. Okay? Then the next one, sir. Supply of goods from a place in non-taxable territory to another place in the non-taxable territory without such goods entering into India. Sir, I am a supplier who is there in India. I buy goods from Japan and then sell them in US. I'll buy from Japan and sell the goods in US. So now goods are in Japan. From there they went to USA. Only me who is the one dealing is there in India. The goods never entered India. Hence it is not a supply. Supply of goods from a place in non-taxable territory, Japan, to another place in non-taxable territory, USA, without such goods entering into India. So it is not a supply. Then bond to bond transfer. What is called bond to bond transfer, sir? In customs, we have a concept called warehousing. What is called warehousing? When you import goods, instead of paying taxes immediately and taking the goods, you could deposit your goods or store your goods within the customs place only under a warehouse. With that option, you could defer the payment of taxes. So now I imported goods and kept in the warehouse. Now, okay, I kept in the warehouse. Now a buyer came, he looked the goods which were there in the warehouse and I sold the goods within the warehouse only. Okay, so there is a transaction happened here, sold goods in India only, but within the warehouse. Now, actually, I should remove the goods from warehouse. Since I already sold, I have been relieved. That buyer will be removing the goods from warehouse. So, when he is removed, he will be paying just customs duties only. Whatever the sale happened when the goods were lying within the warehouse, that is not even a supply. In simple, sir. Until you pay customs duty, you will not consider them as like the goods came into India. Since they came into India, that supply, the transaction you will not treat it as like supply because that is within the customs area only. Next ones are high seas sale. The goods are in transit beyond 200 nautical miles. International waters it is there. I only bringing goods to India. But still, before those goods enter into India only, I got a buyer. So I sold goods. Without entering into India only, I sold now. That is not a supply. Next one. State government will issue licenses to sell alcoholic liquor to a person, because otherwise everybody will start a liquor shop, because wines is a profitable business at least. So because every time there will be huge rush there. I never went, sir. I just okay, seen over like when I'm coming on roads and all. It's okay. State governments issuing license to sell alcoholic liquor for human consumption. When they issue license to sell alcoholic liquor for human consumption, because to start a liquor shop or wine shop, they need to get a license from state government. For that, governments will call tender process and all, 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs. Okay, they'll be allocating the licenses. That license money which state governments will get is not a supply, but only for alcoholic liquor, sir. If state government issues any other mining license, any other toll license, parking license, those licenses are supply only. Only alcohol license alone is not a supply. Why this is also included, na? Actually, on alcohol, who has the right to levy tax? Only states. But while framing GST, they missed this point. Okay, later on they remembered this, so they put this point before the council, all the states together. So this is also our revenue only. If this is taxed, half revenue again we need to give to central government. So we are not agreed to this. That's why all sale of alcoholic liquor license is not a supply under GST. Okay, so these are the points under the negative list, sir. Once again to recall: funeral, burial, crematorium services, including transportation of deceased. Sale of land and building, where the entire consideration is received after completion. Actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. MPs, MLAs and those people representatives. Fifth one, employee providing services to employer. Sixth one, courts and tribunals providing services. Seventh one, this lead insurer sharing premium with the co-insurers, not a supply. Eighth one, reinsurance premium, not a supply. Ninth one, goods are in non-taxable territory. Goods are being moved from one non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory without entering into India. Ninth one, not a supply. 10th one, within the warehouse, the goods were imported and kept in the warehouse. Before removal from warehouse only, those goods were sold. That is also not a supply. 9th transaction. 10th one, high seas sale. Before goods reaching India itself, they were sold in the transit itself. Those are also not a supply. 10. And the 11th transaction is about state governments issuing alcoholic liquor licenses is also not a supply. So okay, with this we have completed negative list. Okay, so how we have discussed 7, sir? 7. First we identified different transactions when they could be treated as supply. Then 7.1a, such transaction whether it to be treated as supply of good or supply of service. Once it is classified as good or service, then again we came to 7 subsection 2. We are checking whether the transaction is covered under this list or not. If covered, not a supply. If not covered, then it is a supply. Okay, so with this we completed the 7, sir. So you could take some 15 minutes break. Then we'll start with composite supply and mixed supply. So then we'll start with composite supply and mixed supply, sir. Easy topic only, but examiner's favorite topic. So many times again, this was also tested in exams. Composite supply and mixed supply. So composite supply or mixed supply, there might be two or more taxable goods or two or more goods and services supplied together as a bundle, and such bundle is supplied by a taxable person. A taxable person supplies two or more goods or services as a bundle, and if such bundling is natural and one of them is a principal supply, then composite supply. If that is not naturally bundled, then it is not a composite supply. Obviously it will become mixed supply. So 2 words are important, sir. Naturally bundled, and one of them should be a principal supply. I mean, even though they are naturally bundled, if you couldn't identify out of those bundle which is the predominant one, then it's a mixed supply only. So that bundling should be natural, and then one of them should be a principal supply. What is called principal supply? Whichever is having the predominant nature is called as principal supply. Okay. Supply of composite supply means is supply made by a taxable person of goods, services or both, which are naturally bundled conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business, and one of them is a principal supply. Mixed supply, again, two or more individual supplies made by a taxable person for a single price, and it is not a composite supply. So in composite supply, sir, in the bundle the elements are integral to one another. In mixed supply, sir, the elements are not integral to, elements are independent of each other. Okay. So principal supply, sir, which constitutes predominant element. So to decide whether it is naturally bundled or not, there is no clear-cut indications or clear-cut definition to tell when it is naturally bundled and when it is not. But to treat it as naturally bundled, sir, certain indicators are like, first one is like perception of customer. Perception of customer. So what is the perception of customer here? Like if customer expects them as a bundle only, if usually customer expects them as a bundle only, then that is called as naturally bundled. So usual expectation, when you buy a mobile, you will expect along with mobile charger also. So those two are naturally bundled. Second one, majority of suppliers provide such bundle. Okay, majority do like that. Let's say you purchased a laptop, and along with laptop they are even providing a bag. Since majority sellers are doing the same way, that is also called as naturally bundled. And then there is no separate price available. For both of them together only the price is given. Individual pricing is not there. So then you could say like they are naturally bundled. But still, sir, just because there is single price, we cannot say always them as like naturally bundled. Majority should be satisfying. The next one, how they are advertised. Whether they are advertised as a group only or not. Whether the elements available separately or not. If they are not available separately, then obviously they are composite supply only. And elements are integral. I mean, one works with only the other. So these are some kind of tests we'll do to decide whether they are naturally bundled or not. Perception of customer, how majority suppliers do, single price, or how they are advertised, whether elements available separately or not, whether elements are integral. Okay. How they are taxed. If it is a composite supply on the whole bundle, whichever is the principal supply, the rate applicable on principal supply has to be levied on the total bundle. Mixed supply, out of them, whichever is having the highest tax rate, that rate has to be levied on the total bundle. Mixed na, take highest tax rate one. Among those elements, whichever is having highest tax rate, levy it on the total bundle. Composite supply na, take the rate applicable on principal supply, levy it on the total bundle. Then, even after learning this, sir, theory wise easy only, sir. But if they ask like case study kind of thing, na, many times again we'll get confused whether it is composite or mixed. The problem is like composite supply and mixed supplies are decided based on having a knowledge of that business. When we are discussing in classroom, we don't know that particular business actual knowledge, whether that industry will do like that or not, whether it is a usual practice there or not, we don't know. Only we have in-depth understanding of that business. That's why we have listed out all the examples which were there in our materials and all. 99% these only will be repeated. So once you are clear with them, it is fine. Because composite supply is, you need to have the proper facts of that business, then only you could identify. Otherwise, even though you think it as like usual expectancy, that business, it is not a usual expectancy. So first one, train tickets are along with a meal. Trains like Rajdhani Express and Shatabdi Express, they'll sell tickets along with the meal. Okay, you cannot travel in a you cannot opt out meal in a Rajdhani Express. Sir, Vande Bharat is different, Rajdhani Express is different. In Vande Bharat, you have both the options. You could opt meal or you could opt out meal. But whereas in Rajdhani, Shatabdi Expresses, you couldn't opt out meal. Okay, you should definitely take the meal. So they are providing both. Food has been provided and even transportation is also provided. Now which is predominant? Transportation only. Okay. So but when you book a ticket in Rajdhani Express, obviously you are expecting both. And then those are not available separately there. So if you wanted to travel in that train, then you should avail both of them. So those are not available separately. That's why they are treated as what? Composite supply. Then laptop along with bag. Okay, laptop along with bag. So that is a common thing in that industry. All the laptop sellers are providing bags. So that's why it is also called what, sir? Composite supply. Then mobile and charger. Usually customers will expect a charger along with the mobile. So that's why this is also what, sir? Composite supply. Then when you buy any electronics, TV, air conditioner and all, you will be expecting them to deliver and even to install. So there are three things involved: good, delivery, installation. But still that is the usual expectancy only, naturally bundled, composite supply. Credit sale. When you sell goods or credit, there is sale of good and even extension of credit. For that you are earning interest. So two elements are like, one is the good or service and the additional second one is like interest. Again, credit sale is a common thing in every kind of business. So they will be usually referred as naturally bundled, and that is also a composite supply. And then any goods sold, delivery involved, insurance involved. When you buy goods, you think like they need to be delivered, transit insurance, installation, all those things. Then that is also what majority will expect them, composite supply. Then movie ticket along with popcorn. Movie ticket along with popcorn. If that is a special show or any show where you cannot buy ticket without opting for popcorn. See, usually when you book a movie ticket and all, popcorn, other snacks and all, it's optional. If it is optional kind of, then not a composite supply. If it is mandatory, let's say these multiplexes and also for this first shows or like premieres and all, where there will be huge demand and all, they'll sell as combo tickets only. Because obviously they want to earn little more, so they'll be selling only as combo tickets because the margin in popcorn and all will be high for them. They'll sell combo tickets only. So that means if you want to watch a movie for that particular show, you need to buy even the other snack or popcorn also. So then they are becoming integral. The other is not available without the food item or popcorn. So that's why they'll become composite supply, because the items are not available separately. Then construction contract, that involves good and service, but usually in a construction contract, that's a common thing everybody do, composite supply. In a hotel stay, sir, along with stay, if breakfast is provided and even laundry is also provided, stay, breakfast and laundry is also provided, then also it is what? It is a composite supply. Then treatment to inpatient. When a patient is getting treated, the treatment, along with treatment, food also provided to the patient. So that is also a part of treatment, naturally bundled, composite supply. Finance lease. There are two types of lease, or operating lease and finance lease. In finance lease, there will be interest element also, along with lease rental. So both are also again naturally bundled, composite supply. So except these we don't have any chance of asking others as example. Then mixed supply. Diwali gift hamper. Diwali gift hamper, na? So there will be some Diwali gift packets, sir, where they'll put some chocolates, some sweets, and then some kind of dry fruits. Dry fruits different tax rate, chocolates different tax rate, sweets different tax rate. Okay, but as a special occasion gift, they are packing them into a single item, even though they are available separately. Each are like independent of one another. I mean, you can eat dry fruits without sweets also. It's not like you should eat them together only. Okay, so since they are having independent things, independent usage, but still they are sold as like a packet, so that's why it would be treated as like mixed supply, because this is not natural expectation or no, naturally bundled, not naturally bundled. Then a pack of shirt, wallet, watch, book. Sir, if a pack consists of a shirt, wallet, watch, book. Okay, so these all are not related. Everybody buying a shirt need not to buy a book. So these are not natural expectation. That's why it is called what? Mixed supply. Then free bucket with a detergent. When you buy a detergent, they are giving you some free bucket also. Then also it is not composite supply. Sir, bucket to detergent, some connection is there, na? But still, okay, they are of independent use. Bucket is not meant for only washing clothes. That's why it is not it is not a natural expectation. Mixed supply. Then a kit consisting of a hair oil, comb, and even a soap. If all these are sold together as a packet, then that is also mixed supply. Where there is any extended storage device, so this is important, sir. Already this point has been tested in exam. Fifth point. Majority of them wrote as a wrong answer only. You know this inverter, sir. Inverters. How do inverters will work? There will be the static converter device, where that device, what it will do, when the electricity is there, it will take normal power and charges the battery. When the power went off, I mean the regular electricity connection went down, then it takes power from the battery and supplies. That's what it do. Now it consists of two elements. One is a storage battery, the other one is like the static converter, like which takes recharges or which takes electricity from there. Now these two supplied together, does it amounts to composite supply or mixed supply is the question. Okay, there is a case law, sir, which said it is like it's a mixed supply only. Sir, why, sir? One cannot work without other, na? Yes, but what the court decision said, I mean, it's an advanced ruling, sir, where the decision highlighted like, in this UPS and all cell, battery is a separate thing, and the battery still can be removed and used for other purposes also, because you could see the battery. In a laptop, in a mobile, also there are batteries. But their battery we are not treating as a separate element. We are treating like an integral part of mobile or laptop, because they cannot be separated and used for other purpose. Sir, can you remove laptop battery and use it for other purpose? No. Mobile battery? No. Okay, but an inverter battery you could see. Okay, if at all you want, you could take it from there and you can use it for your car also. So since the usages are not restricted, it could be used for other purposes also. You cannot say like both are like integral, okay, and they are not naturally bundled, hence it is a mixed supply. Then toothpaste and toothbrush, okay, even though they seem like connected also, these two are also independent. Why? Simple reason, sir. In a family of 4, you will buy one toothpaste, but how many toothbrushes? Obviously 4. Those are like independent. Okay. It's not mandatory mixed supply. If it is mandatory only in a composite supply, you could buy ticket only if you buy combo. Then it is only composite supply. Mixed supply. Then clarification on printing. So with the books your hand, I mean the books which are in your hand, the printing, the content is provided by me. Okay. Whereas the printing activity is carried out by the printer one. Okay, that printer. Content provided by the publisher, printing made by the printing one. The paper belongs to him. The machines also belongs to him. Out of the paper he used and the printing activity he carried, which is predominant? He did two things, sir. He provided the paper there and he even did the printing activity also there. Which is predominant? Printing is only predominant, otherwise it's a simple A4 sheet. You'll get a bundle of A4 sheets for that price. Okay, and the same printing changes everything's are value and all. Okay, if you put a God picture and all, then you'll put there somewhere. Okay, just the printing is giving the value. It's the same paper. Okay, if you print currency, then it becomes currency. Okay, I mean that denominations and all. If you bring this content, then it will become material and all. Okay, if you print some other thing, then the value get reduced. So everything, the main thing is here like printing only. Since printing is giving the value, printing is the predominant supply of service. Okay, he may be charging together for the both paper as well as printing, but predominant is printing. For when, okay, where it is like printing of books, brochures, annual reports, pamphlets, content given by publisher, the input na paper and all belongs to printer. Predominant activity is printing, so it is what supply of service. Then supply of printed envelopes, card boxes, paper napkins, etc. So this paper napkins now, let's say if you went to any restaurants and all, there on the paper napkins they'll print their restaurant logos and all. Just because, okay, so when you're buying these paper napkins from a company, you ask them to print your logo and then give. So they are selling you the printed paper napkins. Whether that sale is a supply of good or supply of service, because there's good element there, printing is also included. But because of printing, usage does not change there. Even though there is a restaurant name, you still use the tissue paper for wiping your hands only. Okay, but whereas I mean the printing does not changing its usage and all. Same like card boxes. Let's say there's a card box, on that a logo is printed, a logo is not printed. Still use a card box for posting or packing something only. So the usage is not getting changed. That's why printing is not predominant. Good is predominant. In case of printed envelopes, card boxes, paper napkins, predominant activity is good. So it would be treated as what? Supply of goods. Then the next one, sir. A donor donated some money to the temple. A donor donated money to the temple. Temple or a charitable institution, or temple or a school or hospital, something he has donated. Since he donated, they kept his name plate there. Donated by Sri someone, okay, that on the board, on the door or on the some wall, they have kept that kind of wall. Now GST people are saying like, the GST authorities are saying like, by putting name board, you are doing publicity to him. Okay, because everybody who comes to the temple will look at that board. So then they will be knowing about him. So that publicity is going to happen. So GST authorities are saying like, you are taking donation and doing publicity. So it's an advertisement kind of service. So we'll charge GST, they are saying. Okay, they are saying like, we'll treat it as like a supply. But what these charitable authorities or temple authorities are saying like, our intention is not to publicize him. Our intention is to express our gratitude. Here yes, there may be publicity happening, but still their intention is not to do publicity. Their intention is to what? To express gratitude. By expressing gratitude and keeping such kind of name boards, it will inspire others also to do the same thing. So that's why, to give recognition to his philanthropic act, they kept such kind of name board. There is no intention to promote him or his business. First reason. Second one, there is no quid pro quo. Quid pro quo, no, nothing but consideration only. Here there is no quid pro quo. Sir, there is no consideration. What is the, why there is no consideration? Let's say Ganesh only donated 30 lakhs to a temple. Okay. So it's a small temple only. The temple budget itself is like 20 lakhs. He donated 30 lakhs. Okay. They should show so much gratitude to him. The trust people and all. But they didn't even call him to the temple opening also. Everybody in the street they call, except him. Okay. Even other streets also, whoever he is, like everybody they call except this person. But still, he given 30 lakhs. Okay. To the temple. Everything constructed with his money only. But they didn't call him. Can he go to court and file a suit over the temple? Like, I given 30 lakhs, but they didn't call me and all. Because even though he given donation, there is no counter obligation on the temple or the recipient donor donee, okay, recipient donee, to put such kind of nameplate and all. There is no contractual obligation. So they are doing because they want to express gratitude. If they don't want to express, means they will not do that also. So there is no quid pro quo here. Since there is no quid pro quo, it is not a supplier. See, such display of name is an expression of gratitude and public recognition of donors act, and it is not aimed at giving publicity to the donor. There is no obligation quid pro quo on part of recipient to do anything, hence it is not a supply. Classification on retreading of tires. Retreading means, so when the tires got used, see sir, this is the so this is called retreading, sir. Once the tire has been already used for some period, then they'll bring it to this kind of shops. So then what they'll do to those old tires, they'll again make the surface little scratchy and all. I mean, they'll make the surface rough, and then they'll attach a new rubber layer over to it. That is called retreading. Okay, whether the activity of retreading, I mean attaching that layer, it's not simply attaching, sir. They do some kind of processing also, and then they will be attaching. Whether that activity amounts to supply of good or supply of service. What is the provision given, sir? Where the tire is owned by recipient. Okay, Ganesh owns a tire. He took it to the tire repair shop. There they did the retreading and all. Okay, on his tire, they did just the retreading work. Majority is service only. Supplier only did retreading, treated as supply of good. He doesn't even have a old tire. The old tire also belongs to them only. So you went there. Since you cannot afford to buy a new tire, you wanted to purchase a retreaded tire. So you asked him, did they have any old tire? So they said like old tire is some 3,000. On that you asked them to do retreading also. So they only did retreading on their own tire. So then tire owned by supplier, supplier only did retreading on it. Then it has to be treated as what, sir? Here it is a mistake, sir. It was written oppositely. It's like supply of service here, and that side is like supply of good. Because here retreading na supply of service. Here supplier did retread. Tire also belongs to supplier and did retreading on also it. So it is like supply of good. Where? Here correct only. So let me tell you. It is your tire. You went to tire repair shop and that fellow did retreading. I mean tire owned by recipient. Supplier did only retreading. Supply of service. Second example, you don't even have a old tire also. Tire also belongs to the supplier, tire shop, and he only did retreading on it also. So predominant is supply of good there. Then clarification on bus building. What is called bus building, sir? You could see even the bus chassis also. See, so this is called bus body building, sir, because when you buy a bus other than the school buses and all, you will not, they'll not be selling the buses in the way which we see on roads. They'll be just selling the chassis. Chassis na, there will be engine along with okay, these are called the bus chassis. Okay, they'll sell the chassis in this way. Okay, this outer layer and all will be, okay, this is called the chassis. Now on this you need to get it constructed in the way you want, except school buses. School buses they'll sell it on the way you like, because school buses na same model, same color. Travels buses and all will have different colors and all, so they cannot manufacture, they cannot do all that, so they'll sell only chassis. So you will take it to some bus body builder, he'll be constructing the body and all for it. Okay, now whether that bus body building, sir, it involves wood, iron, paints, and even that building activity also. So whether it amounts to supply of good or supply of service. Chassis owned by recipient. I mean I purchased the chassis, taken it to a bus body builder. He did only that bus body building. Predominant is service only, supply of service. Chassis also him only, his only. Okay, on his chassis he is constructing that bus body building and all and selling, supply of goods. Then clarification on joint ventures. So you know, joint ventures means a group of entities will be joined to perform some kind of operations. JVs are more frequent in oil and gas industries, sir. These joint ventures are more frequent in oil and gas industries. Why that means? Because, so these oil and gas companies, they'll be spending so much of money on exploring the oil reserves. For exploring oil reserves itself, they'll be like, let's say, like they may have drilled at 12 sites. All the 12 sites maybe turn out to be dry holes only. Dry holes, now they couldn't find anything there. They expected that, but they couldn't find anything. Even though they find, it's not usable. Sometimes they will be mixed up with some other toxic things and all, which cannot be used. Okay, so all the 12 holes are like dry holes only, useless. So if they'll incur massive expenditures on all these 12 projects and none of them has been favored in their way, so they'll turn out to be bankrupt and all. So that's why they'll share these expenditures by forming as a JV, because if at least they'll find one potential oil reserve, it could recover 40-50 times of all those expenditures. But first you don't have money to spend that many to dig that many oil wells and all. That's why you'll go on joint venture. You'll be enough even with 20% share, 30% share also, because in that case your chance of finding a oil reserve is high, because with the money, let's say you have some 10 crores, with that you could explore 10 places. But if you are having 20% shares in different, now with the 10 crores you could be partner of 50 holes. So I mean 50 oil mines and all. So at least one mine you'll get share also, you could recover all these costs and all. That's why they'll usually enter into joint ventures. So now what is happening in joint venture? In joint venture also, one person plays an active role. He is called as operating member. The one who plays active role is called as operating member. The other members. Now, so let's say I am paying active role in a JV. Me along with other 4 persons are there, A, B, C, D. Now we wanted to do some kind of mining and all, oil exploration and all. Now since I need 500 rupees, I kept my 100 rupees. I asked him all the other 4 also 100 rupees. Now collecting money from them amounts to supply or not? Understand, sir? Me being an operating member collects money from the other joint ventures. Why? To carry out the JV activities, joint venture activities. Does me pooling money or asking money or taking money from the JV members amounts to supply or not? 2 scenarios are here. 500 rupees pool. With the 500 rupees pool, I bought a plant and machinery and using it for JV activities. So since a different asset is being purchased, the money I pulled is not a supply. Second scenario, I pulled 500 rupees, but I am not purchasing anything because I already had that kind of machineries. So now my own machinery I am using for JV activities, collected money from them. So then me leasing out my own machinery for the JV purpose. So it amounts to supply. Understand, sir? See here. Collecting money is not merely a supply. Here the point is like what you are doing. Sorry, understand. Sir, why we are collecting money? JV is a different entity. What are the money we pull? With that we need to buy a asset or we need to buy something for JV. If you are, the money is initially pulled for buying some machine for the JV activities only. Then if the same reason is fulfilled, then it is not a supply between JV and the operating member. That machine purchase may be supply from the perspective of the machine seller. Among us it is not a supply. But the second reason is like we are not even purchasing machine. Since I am into oil and mining business only, I have those machines already. Now I am not buying. I am taking away the whole money and using my assets. Since I am taking away the money and using my assets, it's like me renting out machines for them and taking money. So then it amounts to supply. Understand? See, operating member paid money, others paid money. Operating members, money retained by operating member, used his own machines to carry JV activities. Then the cash call, the money he asked amounts to supply. Otherwise it is not a supply. Sir, this is something about liquidation damages. Liquidated damages. Now, when the contract got failed or contract got cancelled, or contract is not completed within time, if any charges, penalties are paid, those are called liquidated damages. And if any penalties are levied for any breach of contract, different scenarios, whether they amounts to supply or not. Okay, first one. So there is a lorry going on the highway, and then it suddenly went into a shop or building. Okay, so then this lorry driver or the lorry owner has to pay some damages or compensation to that building person. He paid some 5 lakhs as compensation, whether it amounts to supply or not. Your building is there on the road, beside the road. A lorry guy suddenly came and parked into your bedroom. Suddenly he came like that. So then your building got damaged, he is paying you some kind of penalty, whether it amounts to supply. First thing, sir, to tax liquidated damages, first there should be a contract, and there should be some kind of accepting the tolerance you. Sir, in any case you will not accept that. But then why you are taking damages now? Since already there is a loss, you are taking the damage. But by taking money you are not okay. That you are not okay, like tomorrow also you could come and then tomorrow you could park it in your hall. It's not the intention. Since already damage is happened, you are taking money. Okay, but your intention is not to accept the situation or accept the event. Okay, so since there is no such kind of acceptance, it is not tolerating, it is not a supply. Okay, so when can we decide, sir, whether there is acceptance or not? In a contract itself, if there is a clear condition or obligation stating like, if this kind of situations happen, you could pay some damages amount and all. See, liquidated damages, there is an agreement in the contract itself to pay late fee or to do some to pay some kind of damages. Then it is a consideration. Then it is what? Supply. And the agreement or contract is just paid to compensate the loss. Then it is not a supply. So you should understand what is the nature when they pay damages. Whether you feel like, okay, since he is paying damages now, it's fine, even if you do delay also. Let's say, sir, usually the tenant has to pay every month by first rent. But you kept like, if you pay after first, you need to pay additionally per every day 500 rupees as penalty. He paid after 5 days. So then you are okay. Even if you don't pay with first also, you are accepting that. Fifth also pay, because additionally you are getting 2500 now. There you are accepting that thing. Okay, then that additional amount you collected, damages amount you collected is supply only. But in the example I took, that building damage and all, there you, in any case you are not accepting that one. But still you are taking damages. So whether you are accepting, tolerating that event or not is the key. If your intention is to tolerate that one, then it is supply. Otherwise it is not a supply. Then all the situations are the same is the logic. Check cancellation or dishonor charges. Someone gave you a check, you deposited in bank, then there is no balance in that account, check got dishonored. Now you levied penalty, check dishonor charges, or check for giving this kind of false or unusable check, you levied some penalty on it. Now whether that penalty is a supply or not, there also, sir, intention. Just because you are levying penalty, your intention is not to do the same thing again. You wanted to threaten him or you want to punish him for doing such kind of thing. That is the only reason. You are not accepting by way of taking any false check or an inappropriate or any you could check. No express or implied willingness to tolerate that dishonored check or to unfulfilled check. So here the penalty is to discourage only, not to just accept. So hence it is also not a supply. Then late payment charges or surcharge or fee. Sorry, internet bill, electricity bill, all these will have late charges. But there, that business industry's norms is like across the globe for electricity, internet, all these kind of service, utility services connections, it has been, the business norm has become like they're okay even if you delay, because even after delay, with delay you will be paying extra penalty and all, so they are okay. It became a norm, like delaying or making payments after the due dates has become a common thing there. So even the servicers also, even paying, I mean, even accepting any late payments and all has become a normal thing. So that's why their tolerance, acceptance is there, that late payment charges amounts to supply. So let's say I need to pay internet bill by 20th of a month. I paid on 28th. So they levied 300 rupees additionally as a penalty. Since everybody is doing, and that became a normal thing in that business. So collecting that other 300 rupees is not for discouraging me. It's just for accepting my delay. So that's why there it has to be treated as a supply. So simple reason, sir. Whether the supplier has an intention to tolerate an event or not to tolerate that event. That we sitting in classroom again cannot be decided. Here the council or the CBIC has did lot of research with respect to each and every kind of business model, and then they decided. Then cancellation charges. You booked a bus, you booked a flight, or you booked a train, and then when you cancel the charges, I mean when you cancel the ticket, they'll levy cancellation charges. Some, let's say for 4,000 rupees ticket, the cancellation charges itself would be some 2,000 and all. You will got only 2,000 as refund. Whether the cancellation charges has to be treated as like damages alone. Here they given it in a another way, sir. The point is like cancellation charges are not kind of these damages and all. Cancellation charges they collected are for the service already provided. You might be saying like, sir, I booked a ticket, but I didn't travel. So they didn't provide any service. So how could you say like the service is already provided? But understand the point, sir. The service they offered is not mere transportation. They offered a comfortable transportation in the way or in the seat you wanted. So transportation means they could ask you to sit on the top of the bus, and they'll then tie you with a rope and all and can transport you also. But that is not what you are expecting, right? You are booking a seat there, corner seat or window seat and all, and within that seat only they are reserving that seat for you 10 days, 20 days, and in that seat only they are traveling. They are allowing you to transport in that seat only. So now not just transportation is the service they offered, reserving the seat is also a service. Now whatever the 2,000 charges they levied till now is for reserving the seat. Okay, so cancellation charges are not damages kind of. They are the service, they are the amount for the service which is already provided. For the past 10 days, 5 days, 20 days, they have reserved the seat for you, na? That is the service they provided. For that service, the charges are called as cancellation charges. So it is a supply. Then minimum electricity bill will be there, sir. Let's say even whether you consume, let's say if it is like some 100 units, whether you consume 100 units or not, you will be billed for 100 units. That's the minimum electricity consumption charges. So what has to be done? So they are also not for tolerating any act or not scheduling. So that minimum electricity charges and all, you need not to treat it as like a supply. Then next one, sir. Forfeiture of salary. Sir, then certain companies, when you are joining as a new person or a new joinee, they'll put some conditions like you should work there only for 3 years. Some bond guarantee you need to provide them that you will work there only for 3 years, then only you will be recruited. But suddenly you want some better offer, you left the organization at 1.5 years only. Since you are leaving at 1.5 years only, you need to pay damages. You paid some 3 lakhs damages and got relieved. Now to the employer, does the 3 lakhs he got amounts to supply? So understand, sir, there also the clear concept they said is like employer has no intention to leave the employee. He is not okay with leaving, allowing to leave the employee by taking 3 lakhs. If he is okay with leaving him, if he is okay with relieving him, why in the first place he will even hire him? So he is not okay. Then why he is taking like, he wants to discourage other employees. If at all such condition is there, the other employees and all will think like, we should not leave the organization until the expiry of 3 years. So to discourage the employees from leaving the organization only, he is doing that one. He has no intention to tolerate that event, or he has no intention to accept such event and take the 3 lakh money and all. So there is no point of accepting it. So it is not a supply. The next one, sir, clarification on taxability of tenancy rights or pagadi system. What is this Pagadi system, sir? See. ఏమైంది? హలో. Then it is supply, yes. Except for this electricity related or their first precondition is not required. I mean, for internet, electricity, those things and all. I mean, it has become a norm in those businesses. Electricity bill, most of the people are delaying after the due date and paying after 2 days, 3 days later only. So it has become a normal thing there. It's not okay. So since it became a normal thing, even those service providers also fine with them. Okay, they are okay with making payments after due date also if they pay penalties. So there is a point of tolerance there. I mean, they are accepting that one. Leaving extra at 100 rupees. Now that extra 100 is supply only. That extra 100 rupees is supply only, because Airtel is okay even if you pay afterwards also. Till the point you are, I mean, they are okay. That's why they are asking you 100 rupees. It's not like they are saying you like you pay 100 rupees for this time alone. Second time if you delay now, we'll disconnect your connection and all. They are not saying. Okay, if they are not saying, that means they are okay. If you are paying extra penalty, how many times you are delay also, they are okay. So that means they are tolerating your delay and all. Clarification on taxability of tenancy rights or Pagadi under GST. Sir, Pagadi systems are, so in South India it's not relevant. So because since it is not much seen across, will not feel it like something connected to us. It was there, or it was much prevalent in Maharashtra. So what happens means, when a tenant comes, he'll take the lease rights of the building. Okay, from the owner he'll get the lease rights, tenant. Now tenant will pay something called Pagadi. Instead of rent, he'll pay Pagadi. Pagadi is something like, based on the premiumness of this place, the Pagadi differs. If let's say, sir, these places also sometimes, or for some 15 years, 20 years, some areas would be the main centers. Afterwards, some other different area will become a prime location and all. So based on this, these Pagadis will also change. What is the demand there in that area and all, so that Pagadi may increase or may decrease. So that coming tenant will pay Pagadi to me and take lease rights. Okay, when he needs to go back, I need to pay him Pagadi. Monthly rent and all he'll pay, that is common thing only. But once he is coming and taking a building, he'll be paying me Pagadi. Let's say 5 lakhs he paid that time. Afterwards, it's not like just I'll pay back the 5 lakhs. If the Pagadi in the market increases, I need to pay more to vacate him. Understand, sir? So Pagadi is something which fluctuates. There in that area, if the demand falls down, if I pay 2 lakhs as Pagadi back to him also, it's fine, because the Pagadi rate has been fell down. So Pagadi means, sir, understand, owner is their tenant. Tenant usually pays monthly rent and even pays a lump sum amount. That lump sum amount only we call it as what? Pagadi. For that, the owner gives him tenancy rights. He can use it, or he can even sublet it also. Once he sublet it, from the another tenant he gets rent. On that rent also, total amount he may take, or some amount even he may share with the owner. Now, Pagadi paid by owner to tenant. Pagadi paid by tenant to owner. Sir, here again there is a mistake here also, sir. Pagadi paid by owner to tenant to vacate is a supply. Pagadi paid by tenant to owner, need not to write to vacate here, is also a supply. So what does it mean? When I am coming newly, I'll pay Pagadi to the owner. Sir, in South India, we don't use the word Pagadi, we just call it as advance. Okay, it's just advance. And irrespective of how many years are there, whatever the market changes, that advance will be refunded. In that case, advance is not a supply. Here they are not referring it as advance, they are referring it as pagadi. And pagadi means not the same fixed amount he'll pay. If market falls down, okay, and the pagadi rates has been came to zero, na, that owner need not to return anything also. If it went high, he need to pay more also. So that's why pagadi if it is paid either by tenant to owner or owner to tenant. Both the cases it amounts to supply only. On that pagadi amount also GST has to be levied. Okay, sir, and one more thing. In Maharashtra, whenever to have legality over this, whenever these transactions are entered, they need to pay stamp duty charges also. I mean, they go to the local registration office, registrar office and all, and they need to pay stamp duty charges also. Then again, there's a second question. Usually, stamp duty charges are paid on sale of immovable properties. Immovable properties sale is covered under negative list. So they are asking a second question like, since immovable properties are covered under negative list, even on this also stamp duty charges are being paid now. So is this also can be included in the negative list? They clearly said like, no, it is not under the negative list. It's pagadi, something like of lease transaction covered under supply and it is taxable. Activity of transfer of tenancy rights against consideration is squarely covered under the supply of service. Although stamp duty and registration charges are paid, it would not exempt it from the scope of supply. Then clarification on artworks sent to galleries. Sir, there is an artist who has some collection of paintings and artworks. He sent those artworks to a gallery where they will be exhibited. Just sending from his place to gallery is not a supply. In the gallery, if someone comes and if someone likes a particular artwork and then if he buys, then it is supply. Till just now from his place to gallery, the paintings, artworks has been sent. Mere sending from his place to a gallery does not amount to supply. If anybody buys there, then only it is called as supply. Then no claim bonus. All these are clarifications, sir. Only this attempt, sir, there are no, not many clarifications are came. Otherwise, from 2017, every attempt there will be 2 or 3 more new clarifications used to come because new law, it needs to settle down. Now almost it's got settled down. That's why we are not getting much more clarifications in the supply chapter. No claim bonus. What is called no claim bonus, sir? Sir, you took a medical insurance policy, paid 30,000 rupees premium, but you are perfectly healthy in that year, so you didn't claim the policy. Second year, since you didn't made a claim, insurance company is giving you a discount, okay, for not claiming in the first year. They give you some 5,000 rupees as discount. Second year, you are not paying 30,000. You are paying just 25,000 after adjusting no claim bonus. Now the question is, can the no claim bonus be considered as like, sir, being an insurance holder, my right is to exercise insurance policy. For not exercising insurance policy, they are giving me 5,000. So can it be considered as like restraining to do an act for accepting 5,000? Can it be called as supply? Sir, understand, not insurance policy we are talking. Me not making a claim, for that they are giving me 5,000 rupees as discount. Whether taking that 5,000 by the policy holder amounts to supply or not. Okay, my right I am leaving to claim a policy, I didn't claim. So for that I am getting 5,000, does it amounts to supply? Understand, sir, the concept explanation they given is like in clarification. First of all, this fellow doesn't got any illness or doesn't got any health problem. That's why he didn't made a claim. Okay, even if he has some kind of health issue, then if he didn't claim, then it amounts to restraining to do. Okay, he himself restraining not to make a insurance claim. First case here, he doesn't even have the situation to use insurance claim. That's why he didn't use. So there is no concept of restrainment here. Okay, that's why whatever is the bonus given or the no claim bonus in the name of such discount and all given cannot be considered as consideration paid for restraining to do an act. And see here, sir. Does no claim bonus paid is consideration for retrainment of act? there is no supply by insured to insurance company to refrain from the act. There is no refrainment here. Since there is no situation to make a claim, that's why he didn't make a claim. If at all he has some health problem, he has some health issue and he need to be hospitalized, then definitely he might have used that policy. Okay, there is no such event itself, that's why he didn't use. So there is no event of refrainment, that's why it cannot be called as what? A supply. Then taxability of cost petroleum. What is cost petroleum, sir? Sir, I already said oil and gas companies will spend so much of money on finding out a oil reserve. They spent thousands of crores, finally they found one oil reserve. Once they found oil reserve, that oil belongs to government, not to them. They will search for the oil reserves and all. But the oil reserve belongs to whom? Government, because that's a government property, public property. So what to do? Again they need to pay. They only found out oil reserve, but still they need to pay license fee to the government. Then only they can do exploration and all. But all their money they spent on exploring this oil reserve only. Now again if they need to pay license fee, they don't have such amount of money. So that's why these companies have arranged into some kind of transactions with government, like instead of paying license fee directly, they'll say like, we'll explore oil first. Out of the oil we recovered, first we'll adjust with our expenses, that exploration related expenses and all. Then we'll get surplus, right? That surplus is called as profit petroleum. Sir, I extracted some 1000 liters of petrol. Out of 1000 liters, 600 liters is for my cost only. That's called cost petroleum. I use it for my cost. The other 400 liters is there now, which we call it as profit petroleum. Out of that 400 liters, I'll give share to the government. Instead of giving money for the license, I'll give out of the oil explored or oil extracted some share to the government. Now, me giving share in petrol for giving me license amounts to supply or not is the question. Sir, why that question came? They are giving license, so obviously it amounts to supply. The question came because the consideration I am paying is petrol. Petrol is not a taxable good under GST. That's why the question came. But still they clarified like it is a supply only because that is a license. Forget about how you are paying consideration, because consideration can be in money or even otherwise. So whatever that you pay, first you are paying it for a license. License is covered under the definition of supply. So the amount I paid is a service only, so it amounts to supply. But then such profit petroleum share whichever I given is like exempted. It is a supply, but again they have made it exempted separately. Then your point, now it gets clarified. Clarification on supply of food and beverages in a cinema hall. Food and beverages are independent to cinema exhibition. Independent, na? You are not forced to buy them. It's your choice. You could take them or not. Independent. You could watch movie without them also. Then taxable as a restaurant only. That food will be taxable as restaurant only, because food is a separate thing. Service only. Then food and beverages and cinema exhibition are clubbed. I mean both are not available separately. Then they are composite supply and the main activity would be cinema. Clarification on taxability of shares held by holding company in a subsidiary company. Taxability of shares held by holding company in a subsidiary company. Sir, just because holding shares in a subsidiary company, what transaction is happened? Nothing is there. But why the question arises? For goods, for identification purpose and all, there is a 8-digit coding, which we call it as like HSN, Harmonized System of Nomenclature. Same for service also, there is a 6-digit coding, which we call it as like SAC, Service Accounting Code. Now, there is one SAC, one Service Accounting Code created for holding shares in subsidiary company. So they got doubt. Since there is a Service Accounting Code for this kind of transaction, is it amounts to supply? But they said like, just because you hold shares in subsidiary company, it is not a supply. To call it as a supply, you should satisfy section 7 conditions. SAC is not the one which decides whether it is a supply or not. Section 7 is the one which decides it is supply or not. So just because there is a service accounting code, you need not to worry, it is not a supply. Then from here, sir, these clarifications are introduced from June 2025 exam, sir. Clarification on taxability of salvage wreck value earmarked in the claim assessment of the damage caused to motor vehicle. Okay. Sir, there is an accident to a motor vehicle, sir. Okay, so there's a car accident happened. Insurance company insures vehicle for damage. Policy holders pays premium. This is fine, right? Car insurance, truck insurance, bus insurance, like that. But that vehicle got some accident. Now what insurance company has to do? It need to get that repairs done because it has to bear that expenses. Either get repairs or compensate the insured person with the loss of money. Now, sir, my bus, I have a bus and that bus got an accident. Completely it was destroyed in that accident. So now insurance company gave me a new bus. Now what about the ownership of old bus? Once they replace me with the new bus, the old bus obviously becomes the property of insurance company because my property got replaced, right? So now see here, salvage value, they are talking about that salvage value only, that accidented, that destroyed good or the damaged good only they are referring, salvage. From claim amount, salvage value is reduced. Let's say, sir, my bus worth 60 lakhs, got severely damaged in an accident. But the salvage, if I sell that damaged bus also, I'll get 10 lakhs. Now, insurance company didn't pay me whole 60 lakhs. Paid me 50 lakhs only after adjusting the salvage value 10 lakhs. Then bus is my property only. So there is no supply happened, not a supply. Second case, they settles full amount. They paid me 60 lakhs. Okay, once they paid me 60 lakhs, now this salvage value, that destroyed vehicle or destroyed asset becomes property of insurance company. Now when the insurance company sells it, disposes it, then it amounts to supply only. Insurance company has to pay the GST. Then next one, sir. Taxability of a transaction of providing loan by an overseas affiliate to its Indian affiliate or by a person to a related person. So usually banks, when you are asking for any loan and all, they'll charge processing charges before only. They'll ask processing charges, not in kind of personal loans and home loans. But if you are asking some business loan and all, bank initially itself they'll ask you to pay processing charges. Why processing? Processing charges are just to decide whether loan can be given to you or not. Okay, loan can be sanctioned to you or not. So processing charges paid. Okay, so then it amounts to supply only. But in some cases, the bank may even waive off processing charges also. So lender charges processing fees to the borrower. It may be sometimes non-refundable also. Now, supplier and recipient may be related, may be unrelated. Sir, in unrelated, assessment is needed. Sir, I don't know that guy. He's asking me loan. I don't know him. So then I need to do assessment. Assessment needed. So to do assessment, one credit manager has to be assigned. Some team of people has to visit his factory and all to value all those things and all. So administrative cost will be there. So that's why processing fee will be there, which is a supply. Then related person. Sir, my subsidiary company only asking me loan. So I need not to do credit assessment there because I already know its position and all. Then in that case, credit assessment may not be necessary. Hence, there are no administrative costs. Even unrelated, certain times administrative costs may be, in case of unrelated also, sometimes this processing fees and all, what banks may do, waive off. But here, related person, anyhow, there is no administrative cost. Hence, they are saying the point is for unrelated party you are taking processing charges. For related party you are not taking processing charges. Can we take it as a transaction without consideration? And can we treat it as a supply without consideration and invoke 7 subsection 1 clause C? What is the clarification they said? Hence you cannot, even with unrelated persons also, it's not a rule you should charge processing charges. Sometimes even with unrelated persons also processing charges will be waived off. So think the same way. Even with related person also assume the processing charges has been waived off because you don't have any administrative work there. Hence you cannot invoke 7 subsection 1 clause C. If any interest is charged on such loans and all, it is exempted. If any administration costs which were not even charged, then that is not even a supply. Okay. Then sir, you are working in, so you are working in a company called Accenture. No, Accenture, Indian company or foreign company? Foreign company. You are working in Accenture India. Then ESOP has been given to you from the Accenture Global, not from the Indian Accenture, because all these software IT companies, sir, their Indian ventures would be private limited companies only. They don't have this traded shares and all. Okay, public limited shares and all will not be there. You work in Microsoft, Google and all. Google is not listed in Indian Stock Exchange. So, but there will be Google India Private Limited. So, you might be employee of Indian Google, which is a subsidiary of the main Google, which is listed in the NASDAQ, US. Okay. Now, you are an employee of Google, and to you some ESOPs has been allocated. And these are ESOPs are not related to this private Indian company, related to the parent company which is listed in US. So see sir, foreign holding allocates ESOP to a subsidiary domestic company. I mean to a employee of subsidiary domestic company. So foreign company allocating ESOPs to the subsidiaries employees is not a supply. Okay, so with this we have completed the theory part of first chapter, sir. Quickly we'll even look at the workbook related questions also. Sir, first chapter workbook need not to be read, sir, because whatever we have discussed in the material or in that handwritten itself is enough. First written, even if you don't open the workbook also, it's fine. MCQs are there, just alone if you check the MCQs, it is fine. Okay, supply chapter only, I'm straight away going into the workbook, sir. First question. I think I need not to discuss it once again, sir. What is the question? Related persons and distinct persons. Okay. It was, yes. So when you have taken the course more than 4 or 5 days, you got any message like books dispatched or something, then you'll get it to your residence address only. Whatever the address you have provided in the app, to that address, again you will get one more handwritten book also. Okay, just because we expected like you may not be having books, so at least this book we thought of providing. Okay, and workbooks also they might have brought, but the point is like workbooks are there in Hyderabad. The person who came is, he came from Newsweek, so that's why he could just bring those handwritten books only. Workbooks you will get to your place. This is from work. All the questions will be there in the workbook part. Only theory or concept part will be there in this notes. There won't be any other separate concept books, sir. We have only 2 books. That handwritten concept book, and the second one is like the application or the workbook. 2 books only. Previously we used to have in a separate concept book, but this attempt I didn't even prepare a separate concept book. Whatever is there, that part is enough, provided if you understand my handwriting. First question, sir. Related persons and distinct persons. Straight theory question only, but relevant for exams. Okay then. Second question, sir. Ram is an architect in Chennai. Ram is an architect in Chennai. His brother, who is settled in London, is a well-known lawyer. Ram, India. Lawyer, his brother, in London. Ram has taken legal advice free of cost. Sir, from London, if taken service to India, na, import of service. Free of cost, na, no consideration. Import of service, no consideration. With regard to his family dispute, personal or business, sir? Personal. And one more condition is, sir, import of service without consideration. Two conditions has to be satisfied. First, it should be from a related person. Second, it should be related to business. Here, both the conditions are failed. Even though he is brother, he is a lawyer there. So, lawyer, he is not a dependent person. He himself is an independent person. So, he doesn't even fit into the definition of related person. And even that is not even a personal business related. So, it is not a supply. Examine whether the said activity would amount to supply. Read with schedule 1. No, it is not a supply. Would your answer be different if Ram has taken advice in respect of business unit? Still not a supply, because both of them are not related persons. Okay, even though it is related to business, first he should be related person. Since he is not a related person, it is not a supply. Then third one. Explain the concept of supply made in the course or furtherance of business. This one, sir, we didn't exclusively discuss in the material because it's something normal only. In the course of business, regular business course. Furtherance, to improve your business or to extend your business related, if anything is happening, then that is called as furtherance of business. Not a relevant one, sir. It was asked in old syllabus, the 16 syllabus. Then June 18. What is the difference in tax consequence between intrastate and interstate transfers of the same supplier, which is a private limited company? What kind of GST will be levied? So the question is like, HO2 branch office, there is a transfer. So on this transfer from HO2 branch office, they are asking what are the implications under GST. Nothing but is it supply or not. When head office to branch office to, okay, and they are asking it in two different cases. Head office, branch office in same state, then what is the case? In different states, then what is the case? Sorry, in different states, understand. If they are in different states, then both should have separate registrations. Once they have separate registrations, they are distinct persons. Then it amounts to supply. Same state, it is not a requirement to have separate registrations. Optional. So if they have again within the same state also, if they have separate registrations, then both of them are distinct persons only. Then again any transfer of goods amounts to supply. So it's completely dependent on whether they have separate registrations within the state or not. If they have separate registrations, distinct persons. Any transfer between distinct persons, even though there is no consideration, it amounts to supply. Then this is a case law, sir. Tata Consultancy Services Limited. A software is designed, developed, put into a media and sold. Tata Consultancy Services, they developed a software and they loaded into a CD or pen drive and then being sold. Is it a supply or not? Yes, we already saw pre-packed. See, in the said case, it was held that a tangible property or an intangible one, it would become goods provided that attributes thereof have been revoked into the utility. They can be used number of times, capable of being brought and sold, capable of being transmitted, transferred, delivered, stored and posted. If these kind of attributes are there, then it could be called as what? A good only. It was decided by Supreme Court. Okay, this is also somewhere before GST thing only, but relevant to GST also. But for us, sir, considering the current position, pre-packed things, good. Available for download in the web itself, then service. Not an important thing. Sir, here see, ABC Consultancy is registered in Delhi. It supplies technical and consultancy services to its clients. Technical services. Since past 2 years. Okay, since past 2 years it is providing technical services. CBA Limited paid rupees 45 lakhs. CBA Limited paid rupees 45 lakhs to ABC Consultancy. And why it paid? And ABC Consultancy agreed to not provide similar services to any entity in India or even abroad for a period of 8 years. Sir, they are providing service, for that different consideration is there, that is paid, that is service only, no question about it. Now, additionally, this fellow paid 45 lakhs to that person. Why? Because that guy need not to share the same kind of service with anyone else for 8 years. That's why paid 45 lakhs. Question is whether that 45 lakhs is supply now. Yes. Agreeing to refrain from doing an act is also called as a consideration. That also amounts to supply of service. So that's why it is supply of service 45 lakhs. Here they paid only 45 lakhs. If you see here, sir, the technical services provided by ABC are otherwise chargeable to GST at a rate of 18. And it may be noted that CBA is not ready to pay any further amount. Whatever the 45 lakhs they paid, that only. If you ask extra tax amount also, they are not ready to pay. Since only 45 lakhs they are paid including tax, you will assume 45 lakhs as including tax. That's where 45 lakhs into 100 by 118, then the value is like 38 lakh 13,000. Then here, sir, Bombay Municipal Corporation given a contract for repair the roads. In agreement they said like if there is delay they need to pay damages and all. But still, okay, that fellow didn't completed the work and delayed some 10 days and the paid damages of 1,20,000. Is it amounts to supply? Sir, even though agreement is there, here, okay, liquidated damages explanation, if you take it literally, it should be supply only. Okay, but the point is like, they were not changing the institute answer. It was the institute question. It was there before the clarification, same answer. Even after introducing the clarification also, same answer. Two options, sir. One thing, they are assuming like, here the municipal corporation, even though they kept a clause like damages and all, they were not okay with, okay, that accepting tolerance and all is there or not, we cannot establish here. Maybe it was under the assumption like municipal corporation is not tolerating the late payment and all. Why then why they are collecting penalty and all na? So that he'll be he'll be afraid of delaying things and all. Maybe at least in the next contract and all he'll do on time. So their intention is not to tolerate, their intention is to make him disciplined or make to complete the projects within a fixed timelines and all. So that's why there is no intention of tolerance. That's why it is not treated as a supply. Okay, it's like an assumption kind of only, sir. But if you assume like there is no such kind of tolerance thing and all, I mean the corporation is okay with delay and all, if they get penalties and all, so then it amounts to supply. So the main logic here is like whether they accept it or not. Then question number 9, sir. It was also asked in an exam, sir. No, I don't think it was asked in exam or there in some mock test paper, sir. Okay. Whether GST is applicable on services or assistance rendered by court receiver appointed by the court. So these are like supply chapters are in our institute material. It would be there for some 200 or 250 minutes, big chapter. There, along after the chapter, they referred so many case laws before GST related also, which were linked with the current tax position and all. From there, sometimes they are directly lifting and asking questions. That's why I need to okay, this one. Sir, if court given an order, let's say property said like the court said like the property A and B are fighting for a property. Court said like the owner is B only and hand it over to the B. But A is already residing in that property. Now, someone should implement the court order, right? Court decision, court given decision. Judge will not go to that property and say like the A to vacate the property and all. So there will be some other person who will implement the court order. That person is only called as court receiver, who implements the court order. So this court receiver may take police help and all. He went to that property. He'll evacuate that A. Then he'll hand it over to the B because he is the rightful owner as decided by the court. Now court receivers providing services, for doing these services they will also charge some fees. These court receiver services we didn't mention in negative list. We mentioned only court. Now these court receiver services are supply or not is the case. Okay. Okay, so what is the explanation they given is like these are considered as extended offices of court. Okay, because someone has to implement the court order, so these are treated as like extended offices or branch offices of court. So their services are also negative list only, not a supply. Then composite supply, mixed supply, is a straight theory question only. And the next one will also be the same thing because it was there multiple times with different kind of explanations. That's why I kept both. Laptop and laptop bag, we know composite supply. Rajdhani train ticket along with meal, composite supply. Lease along with that interest and lease, that also composite supply. Then this case, R Limited manufactures cosmetic products. It sells a package consists of body oil, body lotion, shampoo, soap, mixed supply. Different elements which are independent of each other. A hotel provides 3 days and 2 nights package along with facility of breakfast, dinner is also composite supply. Toothpaste with a toothbrush, mixed supply. Then with reasons, tell whether the following supplies are mixed or composite. When goods are packed, transferred, and even with insurance. I mean, not only goods sold, packing expenses are there, transportation is there, insurance is there. But still, when you buy goods from Amazon or from any other far places, you'll expect all these. So it is a usual expectation only, naturally bundled, composite supply. Then again, Rajdhani train ticket, composite supply. Then these ones are I explained also. Supply of external storage device with UPS. That external storage device, now that battery with UPS constitutes as mixed supply. Discuss the validity. Yes, that is a mixed supply only. It is a case law from Switching Evo Electro Power Limited. Okay, 2018. Okay, so you could see the decision also, sir. Authority for Advanced Ruling opinion that when a UPS is supplied with built-in batteries in a manner that the battery is inseparable, then they will be called as composite supply. But here UPS na, they'll even ask you options also. Which battery you want? Amaron battery you want? Exide battery you want? So that means it is something easily separable and it has some independent functions also. If it was kept in such a way, inseparable form, the supply of UPS and the two items then could be called as what? Naturally bundled and would be treated as composite supply. But when the storage battery is having multiple uses, so the battery you could see externally connected. Just by removing two wires, you could take it and use for some other purpose. No such knowledge is also not needed. Just they'll connect it with two clips. You remove those clips and then you can use it for car also. And then your car battery also you can bring from there and connect it here also. So that's why multiple uses are still there. So it cannot be said that they are naturally bundled. Even though they supplied under a single contract, single price, it would be called as what? Mixed supply. Then question number 18. Space Bazaar. Bucket detergent. Mixed supply. Rajdhani train ticket. Composite supply. Laptop bag. Composite supply. Then this is exemptions related point, sir. A person rents vacant land to a stud farm. Stud farm na for horses and all. For cattle grazing it is given exempted. For horses related not taxable. Vacant land for cattle grazing given exempted. For stud farm or vacant land given for dairy farm exempted only. For stud farm alone it is taxable. Then that municipal corporation related, sir, repair of roads and all, again the same intention. If their intention is not to tolerate such thing, then it is not a supply. The same point, sir, again this was asked in an exam also. Then question number 19. Let me. In this also first 4 or 5 points will be easy only. Supply of laptop along with laptop bag, composite. 10,000 kits, fancy store, hair oil, beauty soap, hair comb, mixed supply. Then 100 kits are given as free gift. Okay, free gifts to Jaipur customers on the occasion of her birthday. Okay, sorry. He is Mrs. Kala only now. Okay. So on the occasion of her birthday, she has given 100 kits as gift. Each kit consists of all these hair oil, beauty soap and all. Each value 35. Whether it amounts to supply. Sir, when you given as gift na, without consideration. Without consideration to call it as supply, it should be covered under Schedule 1. Schedule 1 when it is covered principal and agent. You given to random customer freely. No principal and agent. Second one, related or distinct person. He is a random customer, not related or distinct person. Import of service. No import is there. Fourth one, permanent transfer or disposal of business assets. Let me see, sir, whether ITC is claimed. Because here if you see, sir, input tax has not been taken. If ITC availed, then if you given as gift na permanent transfer or disposal amounts to supply. Here ITC also not availed initially, hence it is not a supply. Then he provided event management services. This fellow not only, she does not only sells laptops, these kits, then birthday gifts, then she even provides event management services also, that also free of cost. To whom, sir? To her brother for his son's marriage function. Brother's son's marriage, service provided to brother. Cost of providing is 80,000, but provided obviously free. Sir, event management services, okay, without consideration provided. But sir, when, again schedule 1, principal and agent, no. Second one, distinct persons, related persons. Brother is independent, sir. Brother son is also having marriage, so brother is obviously dependent, so they are not independent, so no related party transaction also. Third one, permanent transfer or disposal. If ITC is available, no information of about ITC, and even it is not a good, it is a service, so no ITC already available. Fourth one, import of service, there is no import, so no, nothing covered under schedule 1, so it is not a supply. Then fifth one, she even has 1400 chairs and 100 coolers hired out to a function garden for rupees 3,30,000. So she has this shamiana or tent business also. So the chairs and coolers has been rented out for 3,30,000, including transportation. So that is obviously a supply. If you rent any of these chairs, coolers and all, that is supply only. Then Mrs. Kala has, okay, and that 3,30,000 is like, you only have to take to the function hall, from there you only have to get them. Now since to take them to the function hall, she has paid the cost of transportation of chairs to a GTA, that also unregistered GTA. So now GTA collected how much, sir? 20 for each chair and cooler. So total how many items are? 1500 items. For each item how much he charged? 20. So how much is the amount, sir? 30,000. So 30,000 worth GTA provided service to her, not she provided to GTA. GTA provided services to Miss Kala. And then if you could read the sentence, sir, has charged rupees 20 only for each chair from function for transportation of the same. Sir, GTA located in for each chair and each cooler, and in turn has charged rupees 20 only for each chair and cooler from function garden for transportation of the same. Sir, here one mistake is there, is like in the answer, it was again institute answer only, and it is a sized answer, that's why I didn't made any change. The problem is like, one way it is 30,000. If you take to function hall, 30,000. Again if you bring from function hall, another 30,000. Okay, so GTA provided to Mrs. Kala 60,000 service, but they considered only one way and took it as here 30. But already you have a question like, sir, if GTA provided services to Kala, why Kala has to worry? Because GTA is the one to pay taxes. But in RCM, sir, where an unregistered GTA provides services to a registered person, taxable under RCM, so she only has to pay the taxes, but she need to pay it actually on 60,000. But since it is an institute answer and they given it as like 30,000 only, I kept it as like 30,000 only, but actually it should be how much? 60,000. Okay, on reading that sentence we'll understand it as like to and fro is there. So one way 30,000 and the other way also 30. So overall it should be 60. But that guy took only 30,000. I mean, no. Okay, see here. See, you will understand by reading the answer. Miss Kala has paid the cost of transportation of chairs and coolers to an unregistered GTA at rupees 20 for each chair and each cooler, and in turn has charged rupees 20 only for each chair and each cooler from function garden for transportation of the same. So the sentence meaning is like, for taking them 20 and for bringing back also another 20. That means 1500 into 20 you should do 2 times, but they taken here only 1 time only. So that's a mistake. So now, okay, even in regular class also someone asked me, sorry, if in suggested answer also there is mistake, if you write also whether they'll give marks or not, usually that question will be there. So understand, sir, here. Okay, it's not like CMA related clarification I am giving. Back in 2018 or 19, I mean 19 only, before COVID, okay, that time, so there were so many protests happened against to CA Institute, the student side only. Why? Because now some students, even though they wrote the answers which were like of suggested answers also, they didn't got full marks or proper marks. Then they did this kind of affirmations and all those kind of dharnas things and all they did. Then there is a clear cut reply from CA Institute side that even applies to our institute also, CMA Institute also. The answer is like, suggested answers are prepared by Board of Studies. Exam keys are prepared by Examination Department. So what we are referring is suggested answer. It need not to be the key. The key prepared by Examination Department will never be shared to us. So we are not having the access of the original key. So we cannot just by looking at suggested answer cannot come under an impression like the key also will have some kind of mistakes. Okay, key would be prepared with much more care, because usually in key they'll give detailed stepwise and they'll give stepwise also. If this step is there, allocate 1 mark. If this step is there, 2 marks. Like the detailed key will be there. So that will not be sharing to us. So you need not to be under assumption like suggested answer itself will become the key. Then this is also an examination question, sir. This one is like, this fellow is having a restaurant, sir. In this restaurant, there will be variety of tobacco products also available, cigarettes and all these things. A person went to this restaurant, can individually, he can buy a cigarette and can, the space, everything will be there. He could sit for there and he could have try those cigarettes and all and he can come. And even there is a smoking zone also. Smoking zone, he could just order cigarettes, no food, nothing. He could just order cigarettes. He could take that area and all, he could use that area and then he can leave. There is other place also within that also, non-smoking zone, where the people can come, they could order food and they can, within the smoking zone also, they could order food, they'll have that cigarettes and all also they can take. Now the question is like, these cigarettes, they are charging separately. So the question is like, whether they has to be combined along with the restaurant business, or this cigarette has to be shown separately, or if at all they are clubbed, can we link them as like composite supply kind of? That's the question. Okay, cigarettes are being supplied, sir, but cigarette is not an individual transaction. Why? Simple thing. Here, cigarette is not being sold as like a normal pawn shop and all. Normal pawn shop and all, he'll not give you the place and all to sit there. He'll not serve you. In a restaurant, he'll bring lighter. Okay, he'll only lighten the cigarette also. All those services he'll do. And you have that space to use also. So it's not just selling cigarette, the service also being provided. So now, can we consider it as like restaurant service then? Because usually in restaurant, food, ambience, both are clubbed. Here also, cigarette, ambience, both clubbed. Okay, so like that you could treat and you could consider, and can we fulfill as like restaurant service? No. Why? Because again, usually as per our expectation or as per the business model, restaurant, they'll provide ambience for food, not for this cigarette and all. So here they are providing it for something, cigarettes, which is not a usual thing. That's why selling cigarettes along with that ambience and all provided, it comes under mixed supply. So either the cigarette or the service part, whichever the element is having highest rate, that has to be levied on the total bundle. Okay, so normal place na cigarette they may sell for 30 rupees, but this place they may sell cigarette for some 100 rupees also, because 30 rupees original good value, 70 rupees is like ambience cost, but still that 70 rupees, and then cigarette GST rate is like 40%, service GST rate is like 18% only, but on the total 100 rupees now you should charge 40% only, because it is a mixed supply. Okay, it is also an exam question only, sir. But both these questions are, these kind of tricky questions are being asked under last question. So I said like even under 8B also sometimes supply chapter will come. So out of all the questions from the past 3 or 4 attempts, 8th question will only usually be tricky. First 4 questions will be damn easy only. Maybe out of 4 into 2, 8 questions will be there. Maybe 1 question hardly will be little tricky. Other 8 questions will be like, once you cover our part, you could easily know the points and easily answer only. They are not much twisting also. Okay, so even in this chapter, you feel something tricky, na? I'm not saying you to leave, but don't worry about those questions. They are asking moderate kind of questions only. Then the 21, 22, sir, you will understand even by just plain reading also. 23rd is about cost petroleum and profit petroleum. I said a clarification where government for giving license, instead of you paying directly license fee, you will give share profit petroleum, which is exempted. That question. Here 24, sir. This is also some case law kind of. Let me explain. Sir, there is a HO, head office. This head office is having a employee. Now this HO, they are having 4 branches, branch 1, branch 2, branch 3, branch 4. Now this HO of employee will be providing services to these branches. HO of employee of whom, sir, is HO. Providing services to whom? Branches. Can it be considered as employee providing services to employer? No. When this employee provides services to HO, then it is covered under negative list, not a supply. Now then, if employee is providing services to branch offices, this employee is not providing in his personal capacity. He is acting as a representative of head office. That means these services given by employee need not to be considered as given by employee, has to be considered as head office to branch office. Understand, sir? Employee is providing services to HO. The head office again in turn providing services to branch office. Okay, on plain reading you see like employee is only providing now. But who is employee? Employee is representative of head office. So that's why head office is only providing services to the branch office. That's why where head office is providing services to any branch office, if on this service if there is no consideration also, still it could amount to supply, because these two are distinct persons. Even though there is no consideration, it could still be called as what? Supply. Okay, that is what only being, that explanation will only be there, sir. Then question number 25, this case law, sir. Simple. Actually, there in that case, recipient has to pay tax. That is an RCM transaction, recipient has to pay the tax. But recipient is not okay with paying taxes. So he asks supplier, I cannot pay taxes. If I want whatever the money, so let's say 1 lakh is the transaction value, 18,000 GST, 1 lakh 18,000. But actually, recipient will pay 1 lakh only to the supplier, 18,000 he need to pay to the government. But recipient thought like, I don't want to pay this taxes and all, so you only pay the taxes. But as per law, RCM is there. Now, this recipient has made an agreement with supplier saying like, even though there is RCM, supplier will only pay the taxes. So now the question is whether such kind of agreements are valid or not. Legally it is RCM. But this recipient has entered into a transaction or agreement with the supplier, like instead of recipient, who will pay tax? Supplier will only be paying the taxes. Whether such kind of agreements are valid or void. Those agreements are valid only, no problem with having such kind of agreements. This recipient can allow the supplier to pay the taxes on behalf of you. Okay. Now the 26th question is connected to them. Recipient transferred the obligation to pay tax to the supplier by way of an agreement. But the supplier fellow not paying taxes. Okay. In this case, sir, it is like Delhi Transport Corporation is the recipient. Sorry, here in other way, sir, Delhi Transport Corporation is the supplier. They are providing services to different companies by putting their advertisements on this bus stalls and all. Okay. Now, this Delhi Transport Corporation has an agreement stating like taxes whatever are applicable has to be paid by recipients only. They took the approach of like previous case law, since they said like the liabilities could be shifted from one person to another by way of a agreement. So by relying on that particular case law, they also said like recipients only has to pay the taxes. Now, for their service 1 lakh, they took 18,000, they asked recipient to pay to the government. But these recipients never paid to the government. 3 years happened, 5 years happened, the service tax people came to Delhi Transport and they are asking Delhi Transport authorities to pay the taxes. Whereas this guy is arguing like we relied on that particular case law where they said like the responsibility can be shifted with an agreement. Even though statute said like Delhi Transport is only has to pay, but with a contract or agreement, they could shift that to recipient. So matter went to court and all. Court said like in an interesting way, whatever we said in the first case is absolutely correct. You could shift the obligation, but that person fails, then again the obligation again shifts back to you. Okay, when he pays, it's fine. When he didn't pay, you cannot, because that's a contract between you and him. Okay, so you should make sure that he will pay the taxes. In the event of failure, you cannot say government to go and collect from him. Okay, sir, actually as per government, I need to pay tax. I asked Ganesh to pay on behalf of me. If Ganesh paid, no problem. If Ganesh didn't pay and government came to me, now I cannot say like Ganesh, I said Ganesh to pay and all. Okay, so government will simply say like who is Ganesh? So why, if their agreements are there or not, we are not responsible for it. You are only ultimately responsible to pay the taxes. So that agreements are valid only. But in the event of failure, the original person who has the liability only has to pay the taxes. And then this fellow even asked like, at least give us time, we'll recover from the recipients and we'll pay. You cannot even ask the revenue to wait also, because that is your fundamental responsibility. You may shifted it through a contractual agreement. We are not having any problem with it. But in the event of failure, we won't wait to recover from him. So he should have to pay immediately only. Afterwards, he can collect it from the recipients and all. That's this case law. And then 27 is irrelevant, sir. So with this, we have completed supply chapter completely, sir. Okay, so this is the normal speed only, sir. We are not like either speed or slow. In a regular, I mean, in a EVO batch, because this is my 7th or 8th EVO. Okay, so every time, like in a first day, if you took from 9 to 5, 9 to 6, 2 hours I used to cover like customs part, and the other part I used to cover like first and second chapters only. Since today we started only from 11, this part we have covered it well only. From tomorrow 9 o'clock only classes will start. Every day 3 to 5 or 4 to 6 session will allocate for customs. In that session we'll be exclusively discussing the customs part and FTP part. Okay, the other time we'll be discussing GST. Thank you. So revise, sir. Okay, so because 6 o'clock you are leaving now, whatever the time possible, at least 3-4 hours you try to revise them. Otherwise EVO batches and all now I'll be keep on saying 5 days you don't know how they have been went off. Afterwards again you will forget the things and all. If you revise each and every day the same topics, then it will retain. Who have watched over YouTube, so from tomorrow the class will stream through the Class Plus BCCA app only. So you log in through the BCCA app only. Thank you.